Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, September the 9th, 2024. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection. Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Garcia to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you very much, Councillor Garcia. We will begin with the mayor's report. I did try to give a mayor's report at our last meeting, but because it was a special meeting, the clerk wouldn't let me. So if anybody complains this week about the length of the mayor's report, it is the clerk's fault. Councillor Harris. I do want to start with some sad news. We'd like to offer our condolences to the family and friends of community leader Liz Palmieri. Liz was the founding executive director of the Niagara Community Foundation, and she was known for her passion for Niagara and vision for a future where all residents of Niagara could live and thrive. Liz leaves behind a strong legacy for Niagara, and her fingerprints are seen all throughout the charitable sector and beyond. Over the years, she volunteered with organizations such as the Rotary Club of St. Catharines, Ontario Trillium Foundation, Niagara Artists Centre, Carousel Players, Chorus Niagara, and the Niagara College Foundation. She will be missed by everyone in our community. We do have a number of news and updates today. We did have a very successful AMO. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario held their annual conference in Ottawa last month. We had delegations with a number of different ministers, Minister Lumsden in sport, Associate Minister Parliamentary Assistant Hamid in finance, Minister Tangri in economic development, Minister Smith in natural resources, Minister Kersner, the Solicitor General, and Minister Surma in infrastructure. We also had the opportunity to meet with Bonnie Crombie of the Liberal Party and Merritt Stiles of the NDP. I also had the opportunity to attend an OBCM delegation with Minister Jones in health. I think we had a good contingent this year of councillors who came up. We were able to accomplish a lot. I think we had some very good conversations with ministers, a lot of opportunities as well to share ideas and gain some understandings about a lot of issues. And I know the conversations I've had with counselors since we've been back about what they learned in some of those sessions were very helpful. And I think inform a lot of what we're going to be trying to accomplish over the coming weeks and months here in St. Catharines. On Wednesday, August 21st, I had the opportunity to be at an Ontario government announcement of a $10 million investment through the Skills Development Fund in partnership with Ontario Shipyards, formerly Heddle Inc. This investment is a game changer for training and upskilling workers in the shipbuilding and repair sector, which is a vital part of our city's heritage and economy. We've had shipbuilding here for generations. It's been a heartbeat in the city of St. Catharines. It's driven growth. It's shaped our identity. And the announcement showed a strong commitment to revitalizing the industry supported by the new Ontario Marine Strategy, something we've been very involved with. So I want to thank again Premier Ford, Minister Piccini, and Minister Osterhoff for their leadership in making this investment in our community. On August the 22nd, I was pleased to join Minister Calandra, Minister Thanagassalam, and Minister Sam Osterhoff, along with city and regional staff and our MPP Jenny Stevens, along with staff from Niagara Regional Housing for a funding announcement for both the Riordan Shelter and the 320 Geneva Street project. This was a part of the homelessness prevention program. The province is investing $6.1 million to help create 65 units in St. Catharines that will support individuals experiencing homelessness. Of this funding, $2.6 million went to support the 50 modular trailer units that were built at Riordan. Has been in operation since February. The remaining $3.5 million will be used to create 15 of the supportive housing units that will prioritize those experiencing homelessness at 320 Geneva Street. This partnership is a good example of the province, the region, and the city coming together to expand affordable and attainable housing options here in the city. Also on August 22nd, we got to celebrate the grand opening of the Williamson Point Parquet, located in Malcolmson Eco Park, parallel to the Welland Canals Parkway. This parquet honors Port Weller Lighthouse keepers Ethel and Cyril Williamson, whose dedication to our community is captured in Ethel's 1972 book, A Light on the Seaway. For nearly 25 years, they guided ships at the Lake Ontario entrance to the Welland Canal. Named in their memory by a unanimous city council vote, this space stands as a tribute to their legacy and our maritime heritage. So if you have the opportunity, head over to that parquet. You have a chance to reflect on the history and see some of the shared heritage here in our community. I want to thank our Community Recreation and Culture Services team for making the vision a reality. And I want to thank the Williamson family for their awesome remarks and a wonderful poem that was read at the event. Last week, we also had two park grand reopenings, the Elma Street Park and the Port Dalhousie Lions Park. For one reason or another, I seem to be prioritizing Port Dalhousie counselors in the last couple of weeks. Spent a lot of time with counselors Garcia and Williamson, which is always a pleasure. These park upgrades are part of the city's efforts to keep playgrounds safe, modern, and full of amenities for everybody. And I want to thank our CRCS staff, as well as our Recreation Master Plan Advisory Committee for their work in bringing these upgrades to our parks. It does seem like so long ago, but it was just a few weeks ago that we were experiencing the 2024 World Rowing Senior Under 23 and Under 19 Mega World Championships. They have come to a close, and I want to congratulate the athletes, the coaches, the volunteers, the officials, and everybody involved in making the event a success. And I will say once again, special thanks to Bill Schenk for his leadership and to the organizing committee for hosting this event. Amazing to see the whole world here and celebrating rowing excellence in St. Catharines. I want to thank the Meriton Lions Club, all of the volunteers and the community for coming out to support the Community Days Carnival and, of course, the Labor Day Parade. This is by far the best weather that we've had in the last 3 years. Very successful food and donation drive to support community care. I want to thank Councillor Miller for helping me with the food drive. That was a lot of fun. I know Councillor McPherson was there pushing a shopping cart and waving and collecting food as well. And I know a number of other councillors were also involved in the parade. I will let everybody point out what they were doing if they feel to. I know a lot of support for local initiatives and organizations. It was really a fantastic day. As part of my Mayor Links visits in the city, I had the chance to tour Decora Powder Coatings Limited, which is over on Benfield Drive. This was one of the best Mayor Link visits I've had a chance to take part in. They opened in 1985. They've grown into a powerhouse. They offer architectural coatings and sublimation, all while keeping sustainability at the forefront. They use advanced technologies like energy-efficient ovens and automated systems that reduce waste, and they're leading the way in eco-friendly manufacturing. It really was fantastic to see the way they are expanding over on Benfield and the work that they're doing. And for those of us who are concerned about, ecologically friendly technologies in our community, the folks at Decora are really doing an amazing job. So I want to give them a shout out. I also had the chance to visit Mecca Games, which is at 370 Ontario Street. I don't know if anybody here is a gamer, you know, and I don't mean like video games, but tabletop games, things like Dungeons and Dragons or Settlers of Catan. I have to think, if I had to guess, I would assume Councillor Miller must be a Catan player. Settlers of Catan? Yeah. I don't know why I thought that, but I was right. It is a compliment. I love the game. It's fantastic. It's a great game. This business, Mecca Games, all about bringing those gamers and board game lovers together, creating a space where everyone feels welcome. They're also working on some really incredible ways to strengthen our community through gaming. They're looking at esport tournaments for PC and console players, league play for all different ages. They have team building sessions for local businesses. It really is a fantastic business. So if you have the opportunity and you're so inclined, Mecca Games over on Ontario Street. I want to say congratulations to Dan Schulman of our Municipal Works Department for his recent designation as a certified road supervisor through the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. The certification is important for the municipality because it increases corporate professionalism, accountability, and morale, and allows the certified road supervisor to use their broad base of knowledge to make confident decisions and help serve council and the public more effectively. So congratulations, Dan. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of purchasing the first donut at the grand opening of Humble Donuts, located at 104th Avenue in the Ridley Plaza. I want to congratulate the mother-daughter team of Jody and Cortland on the opening of their shop, and thank you for investing in St. Catharines. The donuts are a brioche donut. It's different from other donuts. As a donut connoisseur, I enjoy donuts, as most council members would be very aware. I recommend the apple fritter at Humble Donuts. It is really quite fantastic. And it's 104th Avenue. Congratulations to Nicholas Philo, the owner and the operator of Plush Pals location at 117 Lake Street. Nicholas was a recipient of our summer company program through the St. Catharines Enterprise Center, and we want to welcome him to the business community. And I was also able to attend the grand opening of the Kumon Math and Reading Center located at 344 Glendale Avenue. The center will be an invaluable resource for students in St. Catharines and Thorold, helping the next generation reach their full potential and excel academically. And you know it was a big deal because the mayor of Thorold came down into the city of St. Catharines and gave them a plaque congratulating them for opening up as well. I think I might be the first mayor of St. Catharines to get along famously with the mayor of Thorold in quite some time. We have a wonderful relationship. Finally, and I just want to talk about this, I had the chance to get out to the St. Catharines Fishing Game Kids Derby this past weekend in Port Dalhousie. It was a phenomenal time. They had over 100 kids out fishing. They gave out all kinds of prizes, and a fantastic organization over at St. Catharines Fishing Game. I had a chance to chat with the president this year, Mark Penner, a really good guy who's doing a lot of good work in the area of conservation, wildlife in the community. I know Councillor Townsend was there. It was fantastic to see him. Councillor Sorrento, who seems to be popping up everywhere there, Regional Councillor Sorrento was also there. I can't imagine that there wasn't a link between Councillor Sorrento and Councillor Townsend being there. Clearly, they missed their time together so much as St. George's Ward councillors together that they still spend weekends together. It's fantastic. But I want to give a shout out to St. Catharines Fishing Game. Really fantastic. And like I said, the kids had an amazing time, and it's just great to see kids getting out there and enjoying a pastime like that. I also had the chance, just because I'm in the Port Dalhousie Harbor area, had the chance with Councillors Garcia and Williamson. Again, I spent a lot of time with them over the last few weeks. Not sure what happened. It's been fantastic. But we got to go out yesterday with the Easter Seals and the Dalhousie Yacht Club. Every year, the Dalhousie Yacht Club runs a regatta for Easter Seals, and a lot of kids and their families are able to get out onto the boats and the yachts in the harbor. A bunch of the skippers, people who own boats, take them out. It's really fantastic. They have so many volunteers that volunteer their time, so many businesses that put money towards it and sponsor it. Unfortunately, if you happen to be near the water yesterday, you know it was a windy day, white caps everywhere and rolling waves, so they weren't actually able to get out there. But rather than let that dampen spirits, the Port Dalhousie Yacht Club and the volunteers put on an amazing show inside the yacht club, and the families had just as much fun. So I want to give a shout out to all of the folks at Easter Seals. Jody Wilson is one of the main points of contact who helps to put it together, and then Tom Schultz and Councillor Williamson, Chris McLaughlin? Yes. Chris McLaughlin, along with Commodore Lee Brown and everybody else at the yacht club. They did a fantastic job, and it really was great to see the smiles on kids' faces yesterday. And good work to the Dalhousie Yacht Club. A couple of upcoming things, just one actually. Terry Fox Run's coming up, is it this weekend? It's this weekend, this Sunday, at Lakeside Park. You can support Team STC if you want to out in the community. To my council colleagues, I hope you will join Team STC and come out. You don't have to run it. You can walk it if you want. I'll be out running. I will probably get beaten by a whole bunch of people, but it's a fantastic cause. And I want to give kudos to the organizers. I'm pretty sure Councilor Garcia was walking in the Labor Day Parade with the Terry Fox folks, correct? Yes. So, but a great organization that obviously is raising money in support of an incredible cause. And the volunteers that we have here in St. Catharines are really spectacular people that put a lot of hard work in. So I would encourage everybody, if you have the chance, Terry Fox Run, Lakeside Park this Sunday here in St. Catharines. With that, I will open the floor if there's anybody who wants to add anything while that list populated quickly. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the Lions Club, I also want to extend thank you to everybody on council who showed up for the parade. It was a wonderful culmination of Christmas in Meryton. We had a great carnival. Lots of people showed up this year. It was fantastic, and the fireworks, as always, were amazing. Councillor Stevens, thank you for the Crime Stoppers car drive, and Councillor Ratzliff was also there, as well as the others mentioned by the mayor. Dollar Tree has opened up on Hartsel Road, and it's very popular from the cars in the parking lot, and we're really happy to have a Dollar Tree on Hartsel Road in Meryton. And I've been getting a lot of questions from people wanting to know, Mr. Mayor, if you're going to continue to do the reading challenge into the next year as well, because everyone loves it.
We are currently prepping our categories for Read STC 2025. So stay tuned, but yes, I will say it's actually keeping me going with my reading this year. The end of each month sometimes is a bit of a hustle to try and get through the book that I promised I would read and then forgot about until the 27th. But it's been really fantastic so far, and the support from the community has been amazing. And I will say, Councillor Lindell, thank you for being the most active member of the Read STC council contingent beyond myself. Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to acknowledge again the great announcement that happened at 320 Geneva Street. I know Councillor Stevens and we did connect on it. Quite happy to see what can happen when the city, like this council and previous council, my previous colleague, Councillor Sorrento, what can happen when you work together collaboratively to ensure that you do push forward for affordable housing. For those who have reached out and had questions about it, Councillor Stevens and I are working closely with the mayor's office to get those answers. I know his team is going to do a great job keeping us up to date. We also look forward to having more announcements in St. George's Ward. I know there's been a lot of time being spent in Port Dalhousie, understandably so because of the World Rowing Championships, but St. George's Ward looks forward to having the mayor come and do some big announcements in our ward as well. I know there will be some coming up in the near future, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And just so you know, I have very specifically flagged St. George's Ward as where I want to do the next several announcements, because I know. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow is the annual Suicide Awareness Walk with the Distress Center. So each year the Distress Center holds a Suicide Awareness Walk in recognition of World Suicide Prevention Day. And the event is held in support of those affected by suicide and to raise awareness in the community. The walk, doors open tomorrow. It starts at Market Square. Doors open at 6:30, and then the walk happens at 7. If you are available to come, please come and show your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to also acknowledge and thank you and all of council and all the staff who were willing to honor my grandparents in a tangible way. It was a great day. And also thank Corny's Honey Truck for coming by twice while you were giving your speech. That was kind of fascinating. And on a more somber note, I think a lot of us were touched by the life of Patrick Robson, who was a regional planning director and a good person and a person with a lot of integrity and cared a lot about the environment. So I think we need to also offer our condolences to the Robson family.
Thank you for that, Councillor Williamson. You are correct. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to announce and thank everybody that came out for the Grantham Lions Club first annual golf tournament. A little light on the crowd, but the weather turned out perfect on Saturday, and it allows the Lions to give back to the community. So thank you for everyone that turned out. And on what Councillor Lindell said, I needed the Crime Stopper car in the Labor Day parade to hustle the city councilors that were in front of me because they seemed to be lagging in the pace a lot, so we had to push them to get that pace going. So if the parade was too long, I tried.
For clarity, those counselors and myself were trying to collect food for community care along with donations. So if you had to wait a little while, it's okay. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I had the opportunity to represent you at Ina Grafton Gage Village to celebrate the opening of Trios College, which is, they're now partnering with Ina Grafton Gage, and they're opening a college on site for 21 students. It's a 6-month course, sorry, for PSWs, and it's on site. I took a tour with the president and CEO, and it's a very impressive place that these people are going to learn at, and obviously the residents at Ina Grafton Gage will be the beneficiaries of the fact there's going to be 20 students or 21 students, new ones every 6 months. And also I have the opportunity to represent you on the weekend at the Welcome Wagon event at Brock University. There's probably, I'm going to say, 100 students there that we're going out into the community, welcoming new Brock students to the community, and encouraging them to be very good residents and to engage St. Catharines and Thorold. And Mayor Gleaney was there also, and he welcomed them to Thorold. I was very impressed with the group of students who were there, who are going to act as mentors for these the new students. And the push really was to be good residents to the municipality you're living in. Thank you.
Excellent. It's always good when our post-secondary friends are pushing that message on their student bodies. Councillor Miller.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to say St. Catharines CYO Rebels basketball has started, and I know some of the teams are still looking for kids for travel and rep basketball. So if you know someone who might be interested in playing, you can go to cyoball.com, particularly if you know any boys under the age of 10 who would like to try out for the team that is going to be coached by me. It would be appreciated because I think we've only got 6 or 7 so far. So yeah, cyoball.com. The House League started around Thanksgiving. I'll also thank Councillor Stevens for making the Labor Day parade more interesting and dodging his car. And then I'll just, in closing, say that the Buffalo Bills are 1-0, sir. Undefeated.
I will just remind the folks in the audience, as much as I would love to cheer and clap for that, there is no cheering and clapping within council chambers. But you are correct, 1-0. Victory Monday. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of quick comments. The picnic in the park at Club LaSalle held by the Port Weller Community Center was excellent. Lots of attendees, great weather, lots of stuff for everyone to do, lots of free things. So congratulations to that group for that. And then, like everyone around the Horseshoe, I also was in attendance at the Labor Day Parade. And I'd like to thank, first of all, Rory Bourgeois and our city staff for showcasing our new plow. It was a big hit. There was kids all over that. I know the truck driver, he was quite tall, and the kids were just loving, you know, he was probably as tall as a plow, but the kids were really loving that, and there was a positive engagement with the community, so it was great to see, and thank you to Daryl's team for allowing that to come out and happen, and QP for being out there in full force with that. So hope to see them next year again.
Excellent. Good to hear. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one. You already mentioned the Terry Fox run, but I just wanted to add for anybody watching that you mentioned running, walking, but it's available for anybody to do biking, crawling, whatever you do. The important thing is to help them raise money. And, pardon me? It is hard on the knees. Anyway, registration starts at 9 a.m. on Sunday, the 15th, in Lakeside Park. And if you don't want to participate, you can always just make a donation. It's just an amazing cause, and this is I think, the 44th year they have run this, and they've raised close to $1 billion worldwide for council research. Just amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia, and I will just take this opportunity to thank you for the leadership you've shown with respect to Terry Fox. I know you've been very involved over the years, and it's fantastic, and we appreciate it from council's perspective, always knowing exactly what's going on, so thank you. All right, I see no other items, so we're going to get on to the adoption of the agenda. There's a couple of changes we're going to have to make, so just bear with us, and we'll follow them in the order that the clerk has told me I'm supposed to follow. Madam Clerk.
The following amendments have been made to the agenda of this evening. Discussion reports will be discussed in the following order: 9.3, 9.1, and then 9.2. And the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. Correspondence from owners and residents of 359 Geneva Street regarding Fairview Park Community Vision. Memorandum from Acting City Clerk regarding information for decision on Fairview Park Community Vision. Correspondence from resident of Duke Street, re 5 Duke Street, and correspondence from residents of 245 Geneva Street regarding issues in Fairview Park and John Page Park.
So at this time, Councilor McPherson has provided notice that she'd like council to consider a motion to allow an additional delegate to speak on item 9.3. Per the procedural bylaw, section D1.3, additional delegates can only be considered if 2/3 of council votes to suspend the rules. So that motion now is that council allow an additional delegate to speak. Moving the motion to suspend the rules will be Councilor McPherson. Do I have a seconder? Councilor Ratzlaff. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Opposed? That is carried unanimously. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councilor Phillips, Councilor Lindell, second. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then Councilor Garcia has provided notice that he would like council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda regarding Regional Road 87. Per the procedural bylaw, section M6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda require unanimous vote. Councilor Garcia, do you wish to speak to this briefly?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I am asking council to waive the rules and let me have this motion on short notice, because we have learned that after council passed a motion back on March 4th, strongly objecting to the preferred alternative that the region had for reconstructing Main Street and then downtown Port Dalhousie, that we felt was going to be really detrimental to downtown Port Dalhousie, to traffic and to the businesses. And we just learned that after all this time, regional staff are recommending to a Public Works Committee tomorrow that essentially that they would ignore this council's request and that they want to stay with their preferred alternative that they had before, even though our council requested that they come up with a new alternative that doesn't have the pitfalls that we identified. So I would like to make a motion, if we suspend the rules, essentially reiterating our support so that you can have that as a member of that committee at tomorrow's meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so our first vote will be to suspend the rules, and we require a unanimous vote for this one. So all those in favor of suspending the rules? Opposed? That's unanimous. Okay. So then the motion will be placed under motions later on this evening. Okay? Thank you. Adoption of the minutes, that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on August 12th, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilor Townsend, Councilor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the council adopt the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 26th. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? So that was the special meeting. Councilor Garcia, Councilor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Then we have the motion to approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover? Councilor Lindell. And now I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, engineering, facilities, environmental services, Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan, 2024 to 2028. Item 6.2, Energy Facilities and Environmental Services, Engineering and Construction, stopping up and closing of the unimproved road allowance lying between lots 20 and 21, and the 9th concession being all of PIN 46414-0309LT. Item 6.3, Financial Management Services, Property Management, declare surplus part of 92 Parkside Drive. Item 6.4, Financial Management Services, Property Management, declare surplus part of Community Park for Seymour Avenue. Item 6.5, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, Parkland Dedication and Site Plan Control Bylaw Amendments. 6.6, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, 2015 Community Improvement Plan, 2015 CIP, rescind inactive project approval. And item 6.7, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Garcia?
Yes?
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes?
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Sisko?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. So we move on to the declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. We have no public meetings or presentations this evening, so we'll move on to item 9.3 as was amended in the agenda today. The Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Outreach Services Overview and Update and Costs Associated with Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health and Street-Involved Behavior. We do have a visitor who I believe is probably on Zoom. Where? Oh my gosh, I missed. Ms. Jugley. Adrienne Jugley, the Commissioner of Niagara Region Community Services, is in attendance if members of council have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Jugley, for attending today. Prior to discussing this report, I will look to David Oakes, the Chief Administrative Officer, to provide introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is really threefold, I guess. We're heading into our budget deliberations, so we wanted to provide council with an update on where we are financially in terms of some of the associated both direct costs and indirect costs for issues that our staff deal with, that the community deals with, we work towards in partnership with both Niagara Region Police Services, the province, and the federal government for some portions thereof. The other piece of the report is to let council know and understand some of the rationale for why we're making the recommendation to be able to reallocate resources back into city-controlled areas where we can work to help with neighborhoods, the cleanups with our own staff, dealing with issues in our parks and our public spaces specific to whether it's illicit drug use, encampment cleanups, and at the same time really bolstering both the partnerships we have with Niagara Region, but also some of the advocacy work that's being done at through the mayor, through this council, through the Big City Mayors Caucus, which is really pushing a very complex issue and trying to let the other orders of government know and understand what we're dealing with on the front lines in the municipalities when we deal with all of the associated issues. But in particular, this report, as council will be aware, we entered into a pilot project in 2019, 2020 in dealing with cleanups of, not necessarily encampments, it was actually specific to needle cleanup and litter throughout the downtown and across our parks into the city. COVID came along and refocused our efforts, and we entered into an agreement and arrangement with Niagara Region Community Services and NASO to provide outreach services. So the city provided additional dollars, which then came forward with outreach staff, who we continue to use today, that are focused specifically on St. Catharines. Since that time, we have seen a real proliferation of the number of encampments, the number of individuals dealing with mental health or addictions in the community, recognizing that there are a number of supports that need to be resourced, whether it's at the region, whether it's at the provincial, or whether it's at the federal level. And there's a lot of advocacy work that's being done, but we can't continue to put municipal resources into some of these services, so we need to work on our own frontline issues. The report also identifies significant costs that we deal with on an annual basis. It's, the rough math is about $3.5 million a year that we, City of St. Catharines, puts towards issues that result in our parks and our public spaces, the safety of our staff. So there's a lot of additional costs that we're bearing, and we want to ensure that we can continue to focus on where our lane, essentially what we have control over. We recognize the taxpayer affordability element, where we need to really focus our resources on the areas that we have full control over. And I do want to make a point that we have a great working relationship. We meet on a weekly basis with the region and all of the community members on trying to deal through these issues. And while we know we can't make any guarantees that additional resources will be put into outreach, we want to be clear that we will support any asks at the regional, provincial, or federal levels to increase those resources, which hopefully will start to make some momentum and positive impacts on the community, so we can just deal with the frontline issues that we're facing every day, both at the city and also the residents and business community that are dealing with it. So that's essentially what this report is covering.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. I will ask everybody who's trying to queue, we do have a number of speakers that have to speak first. And we will be allowing questions of the presenters. So please hold your questions until we get to, we've received the delegation motion, and then we've moved on to the discussion of the report. At this time, council will hear delegations from Rachel Braithwaite, Rosemary Poirier, Doris Zara, Andrew Cottage, and Reverend Karen Orlandi. I will first call upon Rachel Braithwaite to present. Ms. Braithwaite, the lectern is yours. You're no stranger, so you know how the buttons work to move it up and down.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, council members, mayor, staff, and community. I would like to express our agreement with the recommendation outlined in the report. While we acknowledge the crucial role that outreach workers from NASO program is providing an essential support that is much needed, it is important to recognize that homelessness services fall outside the core responsibilities of lower tier municipalities. Notably, no other municipality within the Niagara region has provided financial support to the NASO program. Therefore, we agree with the proposal in the report that the municipal budget allocated for this initiative be redirected towards enhancing public property cleanup efforts. I'm sure you all received my letter recently, maybe a couple weeks ago, that I sent highlighting a few issues downtown. I'm not going to divest into that right now, but I did want to let you know, in follow up to that letter, we did conduct surveys with all of our members. And overwhelmingly, their responses identified the following challenges. They are seeing an increase in presence of those who are experiencing homelessness and mental health challenges. They are seeing large amounts of garbage, including needles and excrement. There is an increase in aggressive behavior. There is an increase in theft and vandalism. There is also an increase in fear from both staff, business owners, and customers. Our members have spent over $400,000 this year alone on safety improvements and repairs from vandalism, not to mention lost revenue and increasing in staff costs. I would like to recommend several measures to help mitigate cleanup costs and reduce associated frustrations. The first, and I may have been asking this for a while, so apologies if I sound like a broken record, would be to improve the current garbage infrastructure. I know it seems little, but our current open-topped, large garbage containers are a haven for public dumping, for people rifling through the garbage, and wind blowing the garbage and debris outside along the downtown. We request that garbages be installed that have a lid on them to contain the garbage and to prevent that. We also feel a new model would be a little bit better for staff to lift up or slide out as opposed to lift up, but I digress. My second request would be to expand the facade improvement CIP, or Community Improvement Program. As you recently heard, over $400,000 being spent this year alone on safety improvements is astronomical for anyone, never mind our small businesses who are suffering more than most. Many other downtowns and cities have implemented a program where the facade improvement program retroactively covers the cost of vandalism, of safety enhancements like cameras, those kind of things. So we encourage you to look at a similar model for here. We also encourage improved parking lot standards to raise the safety and streetscaping standards of both city-owned and publicly owned lots. This should include requirements for adequate lighting and regular maintenance to enhance the overall safety. We also encourage you to prioritize permits for vacant or derelict properties. I'm sure many of you get calls from neighborhoods complaining about vacant properties and the challenge it has on those neighborhoods. We hear that all the time downtown, and I can list a few off, but I'm not going to go into specifics tonight. We encourage, though, that those permits be expedited in order to make sure that those vacant buildings aren't left in disrepair and don't become havens as a shelter for those with no other options, which becomes an unsafe condition as fires get started or people could get hurt and not found. We also want to encourage this council to advocate for more supportive housing. As you may have read in the report, over 100 people currently experiencing homelessness are unable to obtain shelter due to restrictions. This holistic approach of supportive housing, which will combine both housing and tailored support services, may be the most effective solution to address their needs comprehensively and get them the supports they need. Thank you for your attention to these matters, and we look forward to working collaboratively with you to enhance the effectiveness of our community services and infrastructure. And I also just want to say a huge thank you to city staff and councillors who have been very patient to listen to some of those challenges that our members have faced. I thank you for your patience and your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rachel. Do you have examples of which municipalities are using the CIP in that safety, security way?
Yes, absolutely. So Hamilton is one and Brantford is another. There's many others though. But I will give you one example through Hamilton because I have direct experience there. Yep. So in Hamilton, I worked at a BIA on Barton Street, and there was a budget allocated for facade improvements, or actually for a grant to fix up both the inside and outside of the property. The budget line was $250,000 for that one street. Our facade improvement grant budget is $40,000.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. Seeing no other questions, we appreciate the presentation. I will now call on Rosemary Poirier and Doris Zara to present. Thank you, Councilor Williamson. And the lectern is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco, and thank you to the councillors for listening to me tonight. I live at 345 Geneva Street, not 245 Geneva Street. You said 245. My husband and I moved there in 2012, and in behind where we live, we're the first high-rise along Geneva Street. There's high-rises, of course, you know what it's like along there. And in behind is what they call Fairview Park. It's not Fairview Park, it's a green space. And a couple of weeks ago, I'll I'll move on from there. A couple of weeks ago, we saw in the local news that the region is going to build transitional housing on a piece of property across from where we live, and used to be the recreation department was across there at Wood and Geneva Streets. This piece of property has been vacant and has been the subject of so many ideas of what they're going to do with this piece of property. And we heard plans that they were going to build on this property, and they were going to build transitional housing. It was on the news, on TV. Just this week, we found out that the region plans to put trailers on this piece of property for the homeless, like they've done downtown. This is shocking to me and to the people who live in, and I don't know where this news is coming from, but I understand that it's wrong, but it is coming to us. So we're getting news and conflicting news from all kinds of people who live in the area about what's going in there. And we deal with, on a daily basis, on a nightly basis, break-ins to our cars, vandalism to our cars, vandalism to our property. One night, the whole side of our building was painted with spray paint. I don't know how they got to the top of the building, but they did. We deal with, just a couple of weeks ago, 2 vehicles were broken into, and there was evidence in those vehicles that people were sleeping there overnight. And just the other day, a friend of mine, we walk all the time, and we walk through the park, well, the park periodically. We counted this morning 7 encampments. There's one encampment that is right up against the fence that goes right to the back of those properties. And they are in there for the long haul. They have a canopy, they have fencing, they have everything in there. And they're in there for the long haul. They will be there all winter. And what we're afraid of, it's our safety, it's our vehicles, it's our property, and we're afraid of fires. And we have had fires in the back. We've had many fires in that park. And I feel very strongly about this because we have children who live in our building. And they can't even go through the park and go to the playground that's at the other end of the park because of the, I mean, they're harmless. Yes, they're harmless, but who wants to bring their little child to that playground? I wouldn't. And the amount of syringes that they find, I get very passionate about this park. They keep calling it a park, but it's not a park. We've been to many meetings about what they want to do with this park, and yet there's no money to do anything with the park. I don't understand that. Why have a meeting with all the people who live along there when you don't have any money to do anything with it? They're saying now it's going to be 7 to 10 years before they do anything with the park. It's a regional park. If those encampments were at Happy Rolf's, or if they were at one of the big prestigious parks down at Lakeside Park, they would be cleared out of there in no time. I know that. So why is Fairview Park any different? Why should we have to pay taxes and not get anything for it? Because we're heading into the winter now, and I can tell you one thing, they are going to be camped there for the winter. And to have I've had my vehicle broken into, Doris has had her vehicle broken into. I can tell you on more than my hands how many people have had their vehicles broken into. I don't know what the solution is, but the city has to come up with some kind of solution. Either that, or I have to go on to the region, and I will go to the media. That's my next step, is to go to the media. Because it needs to be out there that there's a problem. So thank you for listening to me. I know I'm very passionate about it, but it just gets to the point where you just never know in the morning, you never know when you go down to your car if you're going to find your car that has been broken into. And where I live, our owners say that they are not responsible for our vehicles. Well, then who's responsible? I don't think my insurance company should be responsible for that. I think the region and the city should be responsible for that, because this is the problem, and this problem needs to be fixed. I don't know how you do it. It's monumental, I know it is, but you have to start somewhere. I went to a meeting when they were talking about what they wanted to do with the park, and I was talking to somebody, and they walked away from me. So if you're not going to listen to the people who live in that area, I thank Robin very much for all the work that she's done, because she's been very instrumental in helping us, but her hands are tied because it's a regional park. So where do we go from here? That's what I want to know. I want to know what the city's going to do about it, or what the region's going to do about it, because something needs to be done.
So a couple things. I appreciate the presentation. I should clarify, it is definitely not a regional park. The Fairview Park is a city park.
Right.
And John Page Park, which is the play structure, that's a city park as well. So that's a city area. The mandate for homelessness is a regional mandate.
Of course,
and
I
so maybe
understand
that could be the confusion there. I did want to say just a couple of things. There are zero plans to put a shelter at 320 Geneva. That will not happen. That has not been talked about. It has not been brought to regional council.
So
I'm looking to the commissioner.
Well,
Yeah. So I think what we did approve last week, or 2 weeks ago, sorry, was that we would be building a similar shelter to what we have downtown St. Catharines in Welland. That is happening, and that was just recently in the media, but we're going to be building actual housing units at 320 Geneva.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's called bridge and transition housing, so those are actual apartments. They're not modular. It will be a full build. We expect it to hopefully.
Okay, so we're getting our information
Yeah.
for 3 different people here?
So,
And so,
luckily I'm the mayor, and I'm telling you that's
Well,
what's
thank you.
being built there. So
So I can tell the
you can
tenants at my building,
you can
but-
tell all your neighbors
but
that
it's
that
gonna be-
information is incorrect. Yes,
Yes.
and that we are building an actual building and some housing units in that area, but there will not be a modular shelter. We are building one in Welland,
Right.
on Ontario. It's not Ontario Street, it's Ontario Avenue, I think, in Welland, in the south end of Welland.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to say, just with respect to your comments about the timeline for Fairview Park. So the timeline could be up to 7 to 10 years, but pieces of that will be done on an annual basis. So it's simply a matter of the project is so big, we don't want to put all of the funding in 1 year, so we would spread the process out. But if the plan was approved, then you would start to see improvements almost immediately as we built different parts of the park at different times. So it's not a matter of we don't have money. We do have the fiscal capacity. I believe it's a part of our capital funding plan. So it's already in our plans, and the money is allocated within our plans. It could take up to 7 to 10 years, depending on the decision of council, to build out all of the different elements. Your point is well taken, though, that right now, calling it a park, it is more of a green space at
It
this
is.
time. The goal is to turn it into an actual park.
Well, I think those signs should be taken down that it's a park, because it's really not a park.
So I think that's more a matter of how the province requires us
Well,
to
it
sign
is, and
things.
it's our perception.
No, that's
It's
fair.
our perception of that,
Yeah.
because we hear that it's a park, and then we hear that it's not a park.
I'm just going to ask you to stick nice and close to the
sorry.
mic. It's okay. I don't usually speak during this portion. I just wanted to clarify a few things.
Okay.
I did want to open it up if there are any questions of
Yes.
council for the presenter.
Thank you.
No questions? Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you speaking with passion. It's important for us to hear it, and it's appreciated. I will tell you, from my perspective, I really want the passionate voices to get out there, because a lot of the issues we're dealing with, and we're going to speak about this tonight, they fall at other levels of government, in some cases the region, but also the provincial and federal levels of government. And I have said repeatedly, I think my regional colleagues understand the urgency, but our provincial and federal colleagues maybe don't understand the urgency of the situation that you're currently dealing with, and that others like you are dealing with.
Right.
So I appreciate you coming and speaking, and we're going to take your comments under advisement. as
Well,
part
on
of this.
behalf of everybody who lives on that area, I
Yeah.
would like to invite you to come and visit our park.
So I've been down to the park probably 8 times in the last 6 weeks, but I
Have
would
you?
be happy to come down and visit with
Well, I
you
would
as well.
like to go, I would like to
100%.
be able to walk through that park with you.
I would be happy
Myself
to.
and a number of people who live in my building.
Yep.
And have you and maybe Robin can join us and
Well, I don't like Robin. She can't come.
No.
I would definitely like to do that. And I will just let you know, I have walked that park at least once, if not twice a week, every week for the last 6 weeks, because I know the problems you're facing. And I want to make sure I'm very aware. But we will set up a time, and I will come down with Councillor McPherson and maybe Councillor Ratzlaff to visit the park as well.
Can I just ask one more thing? On the far side of our parkade, which is between, just in behind the Shell gas station,
Yeah,
okay, and Kiwanis, there, but the park starts, there's a trail there, right there. Well, in behind there, those trees belong to the city.
okay,
Those trees are pushing on our parkade
Okay.
to the point where our parkade is not stable
okay.
anymore. Now, I had Trish, where is she? Oh, there she is. I had her with me last year. Now, they came and they removed some of the, not so much removing the trees, but some of the limbs that were causing a lot of the problems. But that is still pushing.
Okay, so
Those
that,
trees.
that we will take under advisement tonight, and we
Will
will
you
make sure that
please?
somebody goes and takes a
We
look
need
at that.
somebody to come and have a look at that because,
Definitely.
and we've got, there's limbs that are hanging over the parquet. It's just,
Okay,
it's just a recipe for disaster.
okay.
And it's really going to be tragic if somebody's car
So
is damaged.
We're going to make sure we deal with that. We do have a question from a
Oh,
counselor.
yes, sorry.
Counselor Harris and then Counselor Dodge.
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, your issues are not unique in your neighborhood.
No,
all
they're
of
not.
St. Catharines, including
Right.
the south end, there are quite a few encampments, and I would hope that the mayor would actually tour all the wards and take a look at everything. So that's it.
I would too. I would hope that he would as well.
So the mayor actually spends most of his weekends touring all of these areas, and I do appreciate the passive-aggressive attempt to have me come and visit you, Counselor Harris, but I promise you I'm out there.
what's the-
Counselor Dodge has a question as
Oh,
well.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening, and thank you for your passion on this issue. When you're speaking about the plans for the park, what are you hoping will happen because of the improvements at the park?
Well, I guess what we're hoping is that it would be a safer place for children to go. And right now, not a lot of the people in my building go into the park because of that reason, for that reason, because they have small children. I would hope that there would be as well as the playground at the one end, whatever the name of that park is, I can't remember it, that there would be one at our end as well, so that so I want to be able to have everybody along there that have small children or want to walk in that park to do it safely. That's what I want. That was kind of like, they were talking about, the one meeting we went to that was at the, Carlton Street, the Kiwanis Pool. There were two fellows, younger fellows there, and they didn't even live in our area, but they wanted a skate park. They wanted to see another skate park in the city, but they don't even live in our area. And they wanted an off-leash park and all this kind of stuff. It was just, I just want a park that people can go in the evening and and it's lit, and that there's lights, that they don't have to worry about being in the dark, and if they want to be there that you can go, and if there's a picnic table, you can take a picnic and you go and sit in there because it's a green space. I mean, a long time ago, when I first moved to St. Catharines, which is like 32 years ago now, 32 years ago, St. Catharines was a beautiful green space. Everything was, they called it the Green City. It's not green anymore. As far as I'm concerned, it's not. It's really, there's been a lot happening in our area, in the city alone, that for me, yeah, there's some beautiful green spaces, but places that should be, and they're not, That's the way I feel about it, and people that I talk to, that's the way they feel about it as well. So I hope I answered your question, but that's what I want. I want it so a family can take their kids there, they can sit there, they can bring their long chairs, and they can have some time, a green space within a busy city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, given the fact that you indicated that the federal government and the provincial government are more responsible for the situation than homelessness, we're responsible for trying to keep the city clean, and I support what the staff recommendation is. I'd suggest that if you're going to do a tour, you invite MPP Stevens and MP Biddle to on a Friday when it's constituency day, to take that tour with you so they can see what the situation's like.
I'm always happy to extend an invitation to my provincial and federal colleagues. It is always appropriate.
Robin knows how to get a hold of me, so you let me know when you're
Okay,
gonna be
wonderful.
there.
I've got,
Make time for it.
that sounds good. I've got one more, Councillor Stevens.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much for presenting. I would just like to put this out to you and all residents that when you hear rumors like that, to call the mayor's office or call us to get the facts right.
Okay.
Because rumors spread like wildfire.
I know they do,
that.
and,
So
you know,
we're here to answer your questions and that, so.
But a lot of it is, we hear it from one and we hear it from another, and it's all conflicting, it's all conflicting news, and and then you see it on the TV, and it's like, okay, so now what are they
Well,
doing?
like
You know?
he said, he's the mayor and he knows the answers, so there you go.
Okay, not on everything, but I know a lot of the answers on this stuff. Anyways, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
It's-
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I will now call Andrew Cottage to present, and I believe this is by Zoom.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Cottage, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is my first council meeting, so if I've said any procedure or whatever, please forgive me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Special thanks to Councillor McPherson for inviting me tonight. My name is Andrew Cottage. I'm a local business owner in St. Catharines. So I have a property management company and I have a real estate company here in the city. My company manages just shy of about 300 properties all around the region. We have a large portion of that in St. Catharines, and I wanted to speak to you today a little bit about the downtown area of some of the properties that we manage. So there's no new news here. You guys know about the homelessness, the break-ins that we're suffering, the increased drug paraphernalia, increased human waste, and a big frustration on our part is the ineffectiveness of our local law enforcement. So I was disappointed to find out this year that when I call for help from the police department for trespassers, the trespassing laws have changed. So all it is right now, I think, is about a $65 fine for trespassing, and then they're immediately let go. So I can't even get anybody arrested who refuses to leave my properties, let alone the people that are breaking into my properties. So for example, Chris Biddle was mentioned earlier. I manage the plaza that he rents, and we had a break-in there, and we had the K9 unit attend, and they tracked the guy down, but they couldn't arrest him. We also have several buildings next door that we've had repeated break-ins for, and the police do show up. They're great at responding, don't get me wrong. We just don't get the results we want. All they do is basically shoo them off. If they're not wanted and don't have warrants, they don't do anything. Now, if I were to break into a place, I'm pretty sure I'd get picked up and taken downtown straight away. So I don't really see the difference there. Now, don't misconstrue this for a complaint, because it's definitely not. What I would like to do is, now that I've met with Councillor McPherson, I've met with the sergeant of the police down and walked my properties, I'm very encouraged as to their attitude, their responses to me, and the answers they were giving me. So what I would like to propose is some sort of joint collaboration with each other. Like I don't know too much about politics. I'm a lifelong resident, so I know the area very well. I'd be willing to offer my fundraising capabilities, my lobbying capabilities, and I know that the councillors right now of the varying wards, they may not be working together to the best of their abilities as far as caring about wards outside of their own. So perhaps if one ward isn't suffering the same problems that my ward is, that councillor may not be as apt to participate in the problem solving that we're asking for. So again, this is definitely not a complaint and not anything new for you guys. The people that I represent, we're planning on building 30 new units just on Church Street alone, directly behind Chris Biddle's office. So we're actively participating in getting the downtown core, building it up and attracting the the people that you want to attract. So other than that, I just wanted to thank you for your time, and I encourage people to reach out to me. I want to be an active participant in my community, and I'm very happy to speak to you today, and I'm happy to offer any assistance that I can going forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cottage. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. At this time, I will call on Reverend Orlandi to present, and it says Zoom on my sheet, but I can see Reverend Orlandi getting up and walking out of the gallery, so I assume she's coming up to speak in person. And Reverend, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I greatly appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to speak to you this evening regarding the corporate report CAO 136-2024. I recognize that the issues of homelessness, mental illness, substance abuse disorder, and what you refer to as street-involved behavior are primarily under the jurisdiction of the regional level of government, and that it is well within your purview to reallocate the funds to clean up. I do have some key concerns with the report and would like to question some of the processes that will be implemented to facilitate this transition. I want you to know that I also appreciate the fact that the municipality of St. Catharines is the only municipality to pay for these services up till now. The report indicates that the funds are to be removed from the preventative and proactive measures combating and ameliorating homelessness, that they be redirected to the very necessary cleanup efforts. And as someone who works in the downtown core, in an area frequented by folks who are experiencing homelessness, I can assure you that both are needed desperately. It's also important to recognize that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The development and implementation of the Niagara Street Outreach Teams has been phenomenal for the city and for the people it serves, who are also citizens of St. Catharines. Without the NASO teams on the ground, we would be in a far worse position, with the numbers of folks experiencing homelessness and their attached issues that you have cited in this report increasing immediately. I would even confidently say compounding exponentially, and in turn, all the folks living and working in all parts of the city would be profoundly affected negatively. What I would like to know is, what is the plan to ensure that the services that are to be uploaded to the Niagara region are in fact accepted and in place before the city cancels them? It behooves us all to front-end load the transition in order to ensure its success. It's well known that the relocation and demolition of encampments only displaces people, creates animosity, and further challenges the folks in the encampments, and furthering the challenges that folks face in the encampments, as well as those around them, as we've already heard tonight. It creates a hostile environment and more antagonistic encounters. It's understandable that the report recommends pulling the funding, but the practical implications of that recommendation is one that will be borne by the entire community. So I encourage the staff to begin working with the regional staff immediately should this recommendation be adopted. Speaking from my experience solely, I'm not convinced that the ability for the city and regional staff to work collaboratively is established as a working norm. While the report rightly recommends us where the responsibilities lie, it's vital for us all to remember that A, these issues need all of us to work together, and B, that behind these issues are real people, children, parents, and loved ones. We once said that we wish to be a compassionate city. I hope that sentiment still survives. Lastly, I have a few questions about the report itself. Security and fencing is listed as an annual expense, and I don't believe that that is true. I don't know that it needs to be replaced annually, nor security cameras. Parks and public space cleanup costs, it's said that staffing has had to increase with staff working in pairs, and although I would assume that their productivity would also increase, perhaps not by 100%, but definitely by some. The self-cleaning washroom, I would really personally like to know where else that this particular model is placed, and how is that city keeping it functioning? Access to sanitation is a human right as per the United Nations from the Office of the High Commissioner, and it's provided in many other cities. And I wonder if their experiences the same as ours. Surely we can learn from those cities who have been able to successfully provide access to washrooms and potable water for all. I applaud the activities that you're taking to ensure that the severity of the issues are highlighted to the provincial and federal governments. I believe that you can model that in establishing a collaborative team incorporating both regional and municipal levels of government. And finally, I would just like to remind you that the recommendations made in this report are not to solve any issues, but you do have a part to play as a city council to address some of these root causes. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Orlandi. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Can I get a counselor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Counselor Townsend, Counselor Miller seconding. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Can I get a counselor to move the recommendation in the report? I had Counselor McPherson moving and Counselor Lindell, we will say seconding. The recommendation in the report is on the screen, and I have Counselor Townsend up to bat.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, because I know you have the answers to a lot of the questions that people do have. I know at AMO, the Ontario Big City Mayors, and you yourself have been advocating very strongly to the province on getting more provincial supports in place. I'm just wondering if you could provide kind of, I guess, where those conversations are at right now. If you can give us just a very high-level brief on how those conversations are going. I know the province is listening, but can we hope to have some type of financial support from the province coming forward this way?
So I appreciate the question, Councillor. OBCM launched the solvethecrisis.ca campaign last month. It's been overwhelmingly successful. I think I mentioned this at our last council meeting, but I will reiterate here today. St. Catharines residents have done a fantastic job of going to solvethecrisis.ca and inputting their experiences and why they think that this is an urgent priority for the province and the federal government to deal with. And we were specifically mentioned by OBCM. We were the one municipality that seems to have provided the most feedback at this point. So I appreciate the fact that residents have heard our call. I know our local MPPs took up the call. They've done a good job with it. And other levels of government have done the same. So it's appreciated. The Heart Hub model that was announced by Minister Jones at AMO, dealing with homelessness and addictions recovery treatment. I think that's what HEART stands for. That program grew out of some of the conversations we've been trying to have with the provincial government over the last 2 years. One of my biggest frustrations has been a lack of recovery beds in Ontario. The simple reality is if someone gets to the point where they're looking to get into recovery, those beds could be a 9 to 12 week wait, and that's a dangerous situation for people if they have to wait that long. So the model that they're bringing forward is in response to, I think, some of the pressure that's been placed by OBCM. With that said, they've also made changes to supervised consumption sites, which has received a lot of backlash. And there's a belief that the Heart Hub could work in conjunction with a supervised consumption site better than canceling one to do the other. But the process is ongoing. There's a recognition at OBCM that this isn't a one-time conversation. Like, we didn't start the campaign, we got an announcement at AMO and we're done. We actually have an emergency meeting coming up this month to deal with this, and I believe the October 18th meeting of OBCM, the regularly scheduled meeting, will also be dealing with this topic. The reality is, and Mr. Oakes knows this because he's had to sit through the meetings with me, basically every OBCM meeting we've had since I became the mayor has included this topic, and the amount of time it has taken has gotten larger and larger to the point where now it's pretty much the only topic we discuss is the issues that we're seeing in our municipalities and what additional services we need to access, which in most cases are provincially either delivered or provincially funded. And this is where I will do a little bit of defense of my friends at the region. The reality is that the region, is the funnel through which the dollars flow from upper levels of government to deal with a lot of these problems. We did receive a very large increase in homelessness prevention funding last year in Niagara to the tune of an 86% increase. And that was absolutely necessary and frankly a response to the chronic underfunding of Niagara on homelessness prevention funding over the years. In comparison to basically any other regional municipality, I think we were drastically underfunded. So the HPP increase helped to address that, and we are always appreciative to our provincial colleagues when they do make funding announcements of that sort. But the reality, and if you ask any big city mayor, they will say the same thing, the reality is we need more dollars because these are things that are healthcare related. They need to be funded by the appropriate level of government, which is the provincial level of government. And those dollars can flow through the service managers at the regions. That's fine, but the dollars need to get there in the first place. One of the conversations we're now having at the regional level is whether we put more of this cost on the regional levy. Of course, when you put that cost on the regional levy, it means you either cut something else or you raise taxes. Those are the options that the region of Niagara is now left with. If we want to see improvements in this situation, barring an increase in the funding, a further increase in the funding from the provincial level of government, we're going to have to look at raising the levy, which is not a prospect that anybody looks forward to. But when we recognize the need in Niagara, and I will just quote a few numbers right now, give or take, there's 200 plus people currently living homeless. 2/3 of those individuals are restricted from shelter currently. So for one reason or another, whether it's because they've assaulted someone or they've been harassing people, they're not able to access the shelter beds that we do have. And so one of the things we're trying to reckon with now is what is the solution in those situations? And I'll speak about it further a little bit later on, but that's one of the conversations I'm having with the Solicitor General and with the Attorney General and with other members of the current government to try and impress upon them that this problem goes beyond just the hard hubs as well. It goes beyond the increase in HPP funding from last year. There is more that needs to be done, and there are two levels of government in St. Catharines. There are two levels of government that are not the best equipped to deal with it necessarily from a financial standpoint, and there are two levels of government who could. And the two levels of government, as I said earlier, are the two levels that seem to not have the same sense of urgency as we do down here. I'm sorry, that was a very long-winded answer to your question, Councillor.
No, I really appreciate it, and I think it's important context to give for the public to really demonstrate the work that's going in from this council and your office as well up at the provincial level, and keep pushing that through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will say, I appreciate, I talked about AMO during my mayor's report, and I appreciated the number of councillors who were up there and who were reiterating the message that this council has tried to send repeatedly. And that kudos extends to my regional colleagues as well, pushing the same message at the provincial level. This is a requirement. So I want to thank everybody here because I think we've all been very much on the same page. We recognize how big of an issue this is for our residents in our parks and in their backyards in a lot of cases, in the ravines. And this council's been very consistent in trying to find solutions and trying to find the appropriate levels of government to fund those solutions. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have kind of covered a lot of the ground I was going to speak to. This motion is simply asking the region to bear more responsibility because I don't think they've done it purposely, but it's come down to us to have to cover these costs. The other programs and initiatives you're talking about cover us going to the province and the federal government. So the idea to keep this to the region is what we're doing here. We're focusing the message. Thank you. And I'd like to say also, I'd like to thank Reverend Orlandi for reminding us that we're dealing with human beings here, women, men, and children. As well, we're also dealing with human beings who have to go out and deal with these people. They have a special set of skills, the social workers, and our own public works and parks workers who have to interact with them, and those folks are not necessarily trained to do so, so it makes life very difficult for them doing things outside their comfort zone or what they're trained for, even though they have done a good job. And Reverend Orlandi also speaks about us being compassionate, and that's a central thing that I think I think it has filtered through, and we around here do care. But we do hear about other municipalities where they've solved the problem and they issue tickets and they don't have homeless people in the park. Is there anything to be learned from that, or are they just taking a harder edged approach than what we have here?
So it's been my experience that nobody's really solved it. One of the things that we've noted is those municipalities that tend to talk about what a great job they're doing, in a lot of cases are doing things that are contrary to the law, contrary to the Waterloo ruling, and they just haven't been taken to task for it yet. I will say, we spend a lot of time here, and I know Ms. Juglé up at the region spends a lot of time there with regional councillors speaking about the Waterloo ruling. And if council's okay, I'm just going to take a moment because I know there are residents watching this and I need to explain what the Waterloo ruling is. It's really important for this context. Last year in January, I think, there was a ruling that came down against the region of Waterloo. The region of Waterloo had a homelessness encampment, was set up on a gravel parking lot, unused gravel parking lot. They took down the encampment. They didn't have anywhere for the folks there to go, but they took it down. And they were challenged in court by a local legal advocacy clinic. And they lost. And the judge's ruling was essentially that unless you are able to offer appropriate shelter to the individuals in the encampment, you can't tear the encampment down. That under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, they have Section 7 charter rights, and they are able to have that encampment if you can't provide an appropriate shelter. Now, there's a lot of questions about what appropriate shelter looks like and what exactly that phrase means, but in terms of the Waterloo ruling and subsequent rulings since then, that has been interpreted pretty broadly, okay? And it has basically bound the hands of municipalities in saying you can't take down an encampment unless you can provide this appropriate shelter. The reality is in St. Catharines and Niagara, we don't have enough shelter beds right now to deal with the entirety of the homelessness population. But as I mentioned a moment ago, 2/3 of the people who are currently homeless are also restricted from our shelters. So even if we had 200 more shelter spaces, these are folks who have already demonstrated they can't be in the shelter because they're going to punch somebody, or they're going to verbally assault someone, or they're going to engage in some sort of behavior which we restrict people from our shelters for. But because that's the case, unless we have those shelter spaces, we can't take down the encampments. Every municipality also runs the risk of setting up too many shelter spaces and potentially having people coming from other places. Now, I am going to just lay very clear on the table right now. This is not a problem that we experience to any great degree. And I know that there is this long-standing, widely held belief that there are busloads of folks coming down from Burlington and Hamilton and Toronto and coming to St. Catharines. And I can tell you that every single mayor in the Big City Mayors Coalition hears the exact same thing. Andrew Horvath in Hamilton hears that I'm putting people on the bus and sending them there. And Josh Morgan in London hears that Andrew is putting them on the bus and sending them there. And Drew Dilkins in Windsor hears that Josh Morgan's putting them on the bus and sending them to Windsor. There is this widely held belief that the homeless population in our community is from somewhere else. It is not. Some of it is. There are small numbers of people in every community that aren't from there but are currently experiencing homelessness and are now living in the shelter system or are living rough on the streets. That is always true. It's always been true. There is some level of transience where folks who are homeless are moving from community to community. That does happen. There is a segment of the population that does that. But by and large, the people who are homeless in Niagara are from Niagara. And that can be hard in every municipality for people to accept that these are our friends, our neighbors, our family members, people from right here, but it's the reality. And I hear this regularly that, oh no, but they're not getting on buses. I promise you, Marianne Mead Ward is not standing at the bus station handing out bus tickets to folks to send them to Niagara. It's not happening.
Just one last thing too, and just responding to Rosemary's presentation, I didn't catch her last name. Who lives in one of the apartments by the park. You know, there's people now being deprived of the free use of their parks. So there's children, et cetera, who are also human beings, who are not getting the opportunity to enjoy parks and open space like they should, like maybe some of us did when we were younger. So that's also a concern.
Most definitely, and that's one of the arguments that a lot of us have made, that it is very true that these individuals who are living rough in our parks have Section 7 charter rights. Our residents have Section 7 charter rights as well. And I think that we need some help from the provincial and the federal government to figure out what the boundaries of this decision are, and additionally, some help in building the shelter spaces to be able to accommodate them. Because I think the reality is, everybody in our community believes if we're going to tear down an encampment, we've got to offer folks somewhere where they can go. Right? We have to have some shelter for them, because otherwise you're not actually fixing the problem. You're tearing down an encampment and another one pops up somewhere else. You tear that encampment down, it pops up somewhere else. People have to live somewhere. All right, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions and then a couple of comments. The report outlines the process for encampment removal, but in having conversations with Director Smith and others, can we just for everyone's, so people understand, what's the average timeline for an encampment cleanup? And kind of what's the process for that? I mean, we have the 6 points, but the actual going in and cleaning it up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's hard to give you an average time because there's so many factors that are outside the control of city staff, regional staff, regardless of of what we want to do. The minimum amount of time is we have to post a place that we're going to clean out. So we have to give the people that are staying there the opportunity to seek shelter, seek others. We have to allow time for the NASO outreach workers to make sure that they have contact at the park. That minimum time frame is 3 full days. There's some variance and allowance if it's an emergency situation, because there's critical infrastructure that the region owns, that the city owns, that obviously we can't have an encampment potentially impacting that critical infrastructure. But in general, that's 3 days. Once that is done, then we schedule the cleanup for the following week. So we'll basically give 3 days notice, but we don't do cleanups every day because we have a contractor that provides that service. So generally speaking, the absolute minimum time for a cleanup is about 10 days. On average, though, because of either bed shortages, implications along that way, the ability to go in and do the work, it could take several weeks. And I want to be clear. So even though we go and post, and there may be on the day that we post sufficient beds for the people that are in that encampment, on the day we do cleanup, we have to confirm the bed number available. And if the sufficient number of beds is still not available at that time, we cannot proceed with the cleanup, and it has to go back through the cycle again. So that, as the mayor has alluded to, is a fallout from all the judicial decisions that have been made. The Waterloo decision is one of the critical ones, and we are doing what we can to provide services to the residents that are in those camps, as well as move them on as best we can. And this process that is put together has been a result of a lot of back and forth between the region, between police, between NASO, city, our legal staff, to make sure that the city can survive a challenge if we're challenged in how we are handling this. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. Just, the idea is the cost, I guess what I'm trying to get at is the cost, that there's a lot of staff time, there's a lot of people time, there's a lot of contractor time that goes into the encampment cleanup.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is it mentions in the report that that NASO has 12 full-time people. So with the city portion of that, does that 12 include city, or is the city staff people in addition to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city is incrementally above, so it's 12, okay. The region 3 plus 3 is
okay.
What the city provides.
And I guess the other question I have is with regards to part of the kind of the reallocating, the mayor and city staff and regional councilor Yip and I were part of one of the walks with Chief 40, and he mentioned kind of in his expertise and knowledge of kind of the situation that we're in, that really paying attention to kind of overgrowth and cutting, especially when it comes to parks. Fairview Park would be an example. So are we considering that some of those reallocated funds would go to municipal works so that they can go in and clean up kind of the edges of the park, or as Rosemary mentioned, the kind of the overhanging areas in the parks? Oh, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So essentially, we're doing two things. The reason the report's coming now is to give time to work with the region and NASO and see what we can do to continue to figure a way to manage. But the intent to reallocate the dollars is exactly that. It could be to allow municipal works to deal with it from an internal standpoint. It could augment the contracted services, but that's still something that we're going to work through and develop over the course of the next year. But yeah, that's the intent.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I just have a couple of comments. With this staff report, it was actually not easy to read. It took a lot of brain space for me to kind of process all the information. And after reading it, I had a lot of trouble kind of putting together what I wanted to say. so bear with me. So I live down the street, as many people know, from Montebello Park, and over the last few years, I have seen the crisis grow, and I've seen it get worse. I've watched as people have walked over or around someone who was passed out on a city street. I've watched people cross the street to avoid someone who's screaming at the voices that they hear in their head. I personally have had to call EMS several times because of people who were passed out in the park, and I have had the unfortunate experience of having to call 911 because I found somebody who had passed away in Montebello Park. My experiences aren't unique. Too many in our community are experiencing the same things every single day, and we've heard from residents about it. And as Councillor Williamson mentioned, we're talking about people. Ultimately, this is about people. These are people who are our neighbors, who are our friends, and who are our family. They're living in and accessing shelter. They're living in encampments. They're living with addiction. They're living with mental illness. We have business owners who are struggling to keep their employees safe, residents who are afraid to use our parks or come downtown. We have family and friends who have mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters who are struggling, and they have no idea where to go. And maybe the most difficult thing is that the helpers, the people who are doing the outreach work, the people who are working in the shelter, and the community organizations, they're doing all they can, and they're burnt out. In 2022, when I became a counselor, I'd say 2 out of 10 calls, emails, text messages were about homelessness, drug addiction, mental health, and street-involved behavior. Today, it's 8, 9 out of 10. Pretty much everybody I talk to, that is the first thing that they want to talk about. And we can see by the data provided by the region, again, things are not, they get better, but then I feel like we take steps backwards. And the thing that I hear most from residents is that they don't really care who takes care of it. They just want it taken care of. And it's not about shoving people aside and moving them. It's about how do we actually help people. So we need all levels of government to use every tool in their toolbox to find solutions and find approaches. And I think it's really, really, really important to say that the recommendation of reallocating funds is in absolutely no way a reflection on the regional team and the regional staff and Commissioner Jugley and the NASO team, because they are doing incredible work that is incredibly challenging, and they are doing the very best that they can. And the need to reallocate funding is really about the fact that municipalities are on the front lines, and our frontline workers and our team at the city are doing the work, but we're not getting any of the additional funding from upper levels of government. And this motion is not going to solve problems, and frankly, it's a drop in the bucket of what we actually need to make change. And I think the last thing is that as counselors, I think we have to accept the fact, and this is always difficult, but we are going to have to spend more money of our budget on dealing with encampments and dealing with the things that we can actually do at the city level. And that we need to do, because we need to make sure that our staff is safe, that our parks and our public spaces are available for everyone, and that we ultimately just need to provide the outreach that we have. And again, I want to thank staff for the report, because it's a lot of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. A few councils ago, or a few meetings ago, I asked for a report, and I was hoping someone from the region would actually come here and we could ask some questions. And I believe someone is here from the region. I'm wondering if they could actually come up and speak and comment on the actual report. Would that make sense?
Ms. Jugley?
Since we're talking about the region, and perhaps they could come and answer some questions.
And you thought you were just going to sit. You know what? I was getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The chairs, the benches here aren't as comfortable as the gallery at the region, so.
Yeah, I'm getting old.
The lectern is yours, Mr. Jugley.
Thank you.
So I guess we've been talking a lot about the region's role, and I was wondering if you could comment on the actual report. I presume you've read it?
Have.
Okay. Do you have any comments?
Well, I mean, I think that you know, it is certainly understandable that the city is examining its investments and examining its role in those investments. I would say that this discussion is happening across Ontario, particularly Southern Ontario, because municipalities, single-tier, local area municipalities, regional municipalities are all putting in a lot of property tax money into this space. This is common. At one time, the region was actually considered to be quite out of whack with our counterparts because of how much levy money we were putting in homelessness. There was a report actually about 5-6 years ago that said that we were actually putting too much money in. It's because of the underfunding that the mayor referenced earlier. Now we're actually a little bit on the lower end because municipalities across Ontario are putting tons and tons of money into this. So you are not alone in this struggle to try to figure out how to balance your local responsibilities, your responsibility to keep your parks clean, your responsibility to have nice parks, with the fact that we have a human crisis that's right at our doorsteps. So I understand it. I will say that there are a number of pressures for the homelessness budget this year, which we will be bringing to council to consider. You may have heard, is it only last week, that we went directly to council mid-cycle or mid-term, asking for a capital and operating budget increase to open another shelter in South Niagara. That is entirely on the levy and is not provincial money. So I would make that comment that we hear you and that we're all sort of in the same boat of trying to figure out how we respond to the crisis that's in front of us when the people who have the mandate legislatively to fund it are not funding it.
I guess the next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, can you just touch on the stats a little bit? I seem to recall, I looked at some, I think I saw a stat that there was 644 contacts, maybe 250 or 233 homeless and 25 placements. Is that in that chart?
I'm assuming you're referring to the report on the outreach staff.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
specifically to St. Catharines?
Yeah.
So I don't have it in front of me.
I'm just going off the top of my head. I think I'm pretty close.
Off
I
the top
swear
of
I
my
don't have
head,
it on.
hot off the press. So I'm just having a quick look at this here because I'm looking at the time frame.
I guess the question's like, what are the goals? Like, what are the indicators that you're actually being successful?
So there's a lot of things that happen with outreach. And I think that, again, this is a complicated problem. Actually, outreach is quite successful at housing people directly from the street. So that's one of the things that outreach does. So when we talk about people going to shelter, that's one pathway out of homelessness, and we certainly encourage people to come. Some people don't want to go to shelter. They have concerns about it. And I'm not saying about the restricted ones. I'm talking about people that actually would prefer a different path. And so outreach actually helps those people find housing from the street. That's one of the things they do. They also work with us to bring people into shelter. And I will say that we are bringing people into shelter. Last year, our shelters were running at over 100%. That means people are sleeping in spaces that were not intended for sleeping. Right now, they're at about 96%, which means that most days, we have a bed or two that are available. And outreach staff are bringing people into those spaces every day. That's another thing they do. The other thing that outreach does is they maintain contact with some people who have come from street and are housed to keep them there, to keep them housed. And it's something that we don't talk a lot about in terms of the role of outreach, but they often have long-term contacts with people. So the report that you're having here is talking about some of the work that they've done specifically for St. Catharines. And the other, I guess the last thing I would say, and Councillor McPherson spoke quite eloquently about the state of some of the folks that we're supporting. Some people are not terribly well, and so sometimes those contacts take days and days, if not weeks and weeks. for people to be willing to have a meaningful conversation, to be ready to do that. And that's the work what Outreach does.
Back to, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the shelters. I guess one of the questions I asked to come back is to explain exactly what a low barrier shelter is and how it's decided where it goes and how it's funded and what an escalation policy would be if perhaps the contractor that's providing that service isn't communicating with the public in general or sorting out problems in the public.
So that was many, many questions.
Yeah.
So low barrier shelters are a model of shelter that you're seeing more and more in place. It's considered to be a better practice because of the nature of the needs of people that are in our community. So low barrier says, let's try to have as few obstacles for people to come in and stay in shelter. In the past, if 9 o'clock was a curfew and you showed up at 9:15, door was closed, your bed was gone. And you would be restricted. You know, if you looked at Adrian and said, I don't like your outfit, I'm not saying they ever did it that much, but sometimes you didn't like my outfit over and over and over again, I'm getting kind of tired of you, you need to go. And we would restrict you for a few days. Some of those rules were understandable because of the nature of the environment in which the shelter was operating. Some of them was about trying to keep control. And what we found is it actually did the opposite. And it moved people out into the street when they probably shouldn't be there. Low barrier also means that if you're impaired, you're still allowed in as long as you can behave safely with the people around you. At one time, some shelters were dry shelters and you could not arrive if you had been using substances. Now I've heard from people that say, hey, couldn't we just have a dry shelter? Well, I'm not sure who would be there these days. Those people are housed. Those people are easier to house. The people that we're supporting now have a lot of challenges, and so that expectation is considered to be quite unrealistic. The other thing we've discovered is that shelters that operate that way, that restrict use entirely, you will not be impaired, you will not use, you will be clean on site. What people do is they find a bathroom or a basement corner and they use anyway, and then they die. And this actually came out in a very recent report from Public Health that found that that was one of the main causes of overdose deaths in dry shelters, is people were hiding when they were using. It is the nature of the world that we live in right now. So low shelters, that's what it does. It is not no barrier. I have heard people say low is not no barrier. Okay. So that's the main reason.
I guess the question then, just to follow up to that is, do you have any stats about the overdoses from a dry shelter to a low barrier?
This is what's come out, is that, and this isn't my research.
Catharines.
No, so actually in St. Catharines, our shelters are all collectively trying to work to be as low barrier as possible, all of them.
Well, I meant from St. Catharines, are there any stats once you change to low barrier, if there's less overdoses in those?
I'd have to go back. I am anecdotally aware of overdose deaths that have happened in the past in shelters, including Niagara's. I'm not sure specifically to St. Catharines, but I am aware of them. They're very tragic. I would say the low barrier model reduces that risk.
Okay. And I guess the other part of my question was, how do you actually decide where to set a low barrier shelter?
So you have to, first of all, the existing shelters, you have to think about how shelters began. Shelters were originally offered to our community by the faith community. Yeah. And so most of the shelters in Niagara actually have that history. And they were quite badly funded, actually, and so we were relying quite heavily on church fundraising and a heavy charity model. And so that was how they were placed. And that goes long before my time in this role, and simply about communities putting up their hand or churches putting up their hand and doing it. More recently, you may have seen a report we presented to Regional Council that looked at siting of new shelters. And in that case, what we have shared with Council is both the law and what we're trying to accomplish. The law says that we can site a shelter anywhere where it is permitted by the zoning of your community. Full stop. What we're going to do when we're looking at a permanent site for the St. Catharines shelter, and we're working with city staff right now, is to try to find a site that also considers the needs of certainly the shelter residents, but also looking at what's around in that community and not trying to have too much responsibility in one, let's say, neighborhood versus another neighborhood, so that there is some balance for the neighborhood, because we appreciate that shelter siting has its own implications. But in terms of having, you know, sort of saying what community would like one, I don't think that's a thing. And asking the public to comment on where they would like one, I would suggest to you that's also not a thing.
You don't think that's a thing?
I would suggest to you it is not. In fact, and just before I go, and I'm looking at, you do have a city solicitor here, it's actually very challenging. I have a colleague that made the mistake in another municipality, I won't say where they had a public meeting before deciding on a site, and human rights came down on them quite heavy, saying, you don't ask the community their opinion about any other neighbor. It was zoned appropriately for that use, asking the public, and then looking like you're going to change your mind because the public has come and said, no, 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 I don't want the shelter here, is actually contrary to human rights.
Okay. That's all I have.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor, can you just turn your mic off? For the moment, Ms. Juglé, we are, but I would imagine there may be some more questions, so just be prepared. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I'm sure the commissioner can answer these questions, but I'm going to direct them towards our staff so that you don't have to. I just have 2 questions and 2 comments. In the report, it talks about encampment protocols. And so, I mean, I kind of get a sense of what that is, but in the city of Hamilton, encampment protocols mean something I think a little bit different. So I just want to just clarify what you're looking for from the region when you ask them for encampment protocols. Because in Hamilton, when they talk about encampment protocols, they're talking about providing protocols about where encampments can be set up. Like they can't be set up around schools, they can't be set up around parks. There can only be a certain number, and they've run into some difficulties with those protocols and are looking to change them now. But I just want some clarity around what exactly we're looking for from the region when you talk about asking the region for encampment protocols.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good question, and thank you. I apologize. I actually meant to sort of address that at the beginning, and I think I missed it. The encampment protocol specifically is how we as staff and our approach to dealing with encampments and the posting and the timelines and how we prioritize areas from that perspective. We recognize that every municipality does, in Niagara in particular, may do things differently. And the point of that recommendation is if we can have some consistency in how we do our prioritization across all of the area municipalities, that's consistent with the regional supports, whether it's working with NASO and the shelter system. It's trying to build consistency, but every community is different in terms of what is currently, what is imminent critical infrastructure, what is the health and safety protocol and how we address some of the issues. So that portion of the recommendation and getting alignment is having consistency across the board. We're actually, and beyond Niagara, we're trying to have some of that similar consistency in how the application of the court rulings, as an example, are being applied across municipalities. So you don't get into a situation of one municipality does it this way, another one does it this way, and now you have the courts that are trying to decide which is better. So the notion of having that level of commonality, at least we'll start to have a stronger, defense, for lack of a better term, in how we do it.
Yeah, thank you. That clarifies things for me. Second question, again, I think this is to Mr. Oakes. The money that we provide for NASO or for outreach support, preventative support, that employs three additional NASO staff. Is that correct? And if the region doesn't increase their spending, that means that we'll lose those 3 NASO staff here in St. Catharines. All right, so you're nodding your head saying yes, that's correct. And I guess that just gets to my first comment. I just have 2 comments, but the first one, I struggle with contemplating cutting our contribution to outreach and relying on the region to pick up the slack, because I think this is one of the reasons why we decided to provide this contribution in the first place, is because we recognized it. We're on the front line. We recognize we need this additional preventative support. And the reality is there's the majority of regional counselors don't live in downtown St. Catharines. They're not hearing from residents the same way that counselors in Ward 4 are, and I'm sure many of you are. And so the urgency may not be there at regional council, and I struggle to believe that we will see them increase their funding so that we can keep those 3 NASO staff. When we talk to residents, when we talk to advocates, when we talk to those living in encampments, they just want something to be done. Councillor McPherson said this, and I guess losing 3 outreach workers means that it'll take longer to find people living in encampments housing if the region decides not to increase their funding to cover what we're contemplating reallocating. I'd rather we decide how to deal with the situation, as we're the ones on the front lines. If we leave it to the region, we won't see the level of encampment outreach workers that we need. And the consequences for our parks, our downtown, to lose these preventative measures are very problematic for residents, for businesses, but especially those living in encampments who will no longer be receiving the same level of outreach support they currently receive. So that's one of my concerns with the report and supporting it. The second point is less about concerns directly with the report and more to do with a piece that the report misses, and this is, I think, doesn't miss it, or it's no fault of the authors. But one of the pieces that we often forget to talk about is upstream pressures, and that means, what I'm talking about is evictions. And I think this falls squarely on the provincial government. More and more tenants in our community are being evicted or at risk of being evicted. I hear from them quite often. And it's well documented that as rents increase, so does the number of homeless in our community. You can build thousands of shelter beds, but if we don't do something, but if we do nothing to stop people from losing their homes, we will never build enough. This failure falls on the provincial government. They've removed rent control. They refuse to raise ODSP levels so that people can afford to live in their apartments. Keeping people housed is not only the humane thing to do, I believe it's also a human right, but it's also cheaper, right? We see in this report we're spending millions of dollars, the region's spending millions of dollars, the health system's spending millions of dollars on the consequences, and it's just cheaper to keep people in their homes. So I think it's really important for residents to understand that if we don't keep people housed, all the efforts the city and the region does really amounts to a drop in the bucket. It's a Band-Aid on something that needs heart surgery. The province is, and it's not about not having the money, right? The province is spending billions of dollars on a highway that will save my partner 10 seconds on her commute. And it's about priorities. Like those billions of dollars could be spent a lot better, and they would help our community. They'd help cities across Ontario. And I just think it's really important when we're advocating to the provincial government to keep in mind those upstream pressures and the fact that we have tenants across our city who are at risk of being homeless today. And that could change very easily. We have the ability to help them. Not the city, but we as collectively as a community. Those are my 2 comments, and the first just being why I struggle to support this recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the staff recommendation, but I think in the long term, it's not the answer to our problem. We had Southridge Church in South St. Catharines, and one time they were a dry shelter, and we had virtually no problems. And then they're required to be a wet shelter and take in people with addictions, et cetera, and then that became very problematic in the neighborhood. It became problematic to the businesses in the neighborhood and to people in Old Glen Ridge. So to me, the answer is not what the difficulty is not with the people who are homeless due to economic conditions. They're the ones we should help, and we can help them. But the major problem is arising from the comment that you made, Mr. Mayor, that 2/3 are restricted from shelters. And if they're restricted from shelters, why are they? And usually it's an addiction problem or some type of other problem. And these are people that are causing the problems in our neighborhoods. They're violent, and doing what we're suggesting will not resolve the problem. And therefore, I think we need dramatic change, and the change I would refer to is something old, and because it's old doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, and that's when we had Ontario hospitals in the province of Ontario. There's one in St. Thomas, one in Toronto, one in North Bay, even one in Timmins, my hometown. And I think the advantage of that is these residents who are causing havoc in our community would be put into these hospitals. They would be fed, they would be medicated, and they would be treated properly. Whereas now, they're on the streets causing us problems. And that's uniform in every city. So I think the solution is not to keep asking the province for money, for more money. I think it's to ask them to consider the old style where we had, they were called psychiatric hospitals, Ontario hospitals, to look at examining that option, and if we had that option implemented, then the 2/3 which are not allowed to be in shelters could be housed in proper housing, proper medication, and proper counseling. And to me, that's the answer. It's not more money. We talk about the region not doing their job. We talk about us not doing their job. We're talking about the province not giving us the money. But the answer is to reinstate the Ontario hospitals that we had years ago, where these 2/3 that you've referred to that are restricted from shelters would be housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and I will let you know that at the next Ontario Big City Mayors meeting, I mentioned there's going to be an emergency meeting this month. That will be a part of the discussion and taking an advocacy position related to exactly what you just described.
Thank you.
Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to piggyback on a comment that Councillor McPherson and Councillor Kushner and yourself made. Question to staff. If 2/3 of the people who are in encampments are restricted from shelters, if we go to clean up an encampment and a vast majority or most of them are in that encampment, does that mean we can't clean up that encampment and it stays?
If we can't offer them appropriate shelter, that's correct.
So that encampment would stay where it is and there's nothing we can do about it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a very complicated question to answer. There's a variety of issues. Currently, nothing exists that for somebody who's restricted from a shelter to go to. That's the reality. But if it's determined that there's public safety issues, we're working with Niagara Regional Police on, trying to understand some of the issues. There may be scenarios where we can move them, move the encampments along. The problem is, where do they go? So they move somewhere else in the community. And the struggle we have, and this is, some of the discussion that's happening at the big city mayors in particular, is trying, the Section 7, the human right of the individual is, I think everybody agrees and understands that. The challenge in these situations is what happens to the neighborhood? What happens to the community that I'm not allowed in a shelter I'm not allowed anywhere because of some type of behavior. So my next option is to have a tent in a park or somewhere that is fully accessible to children and residents of the community. And that's the conundrum we're facing. And we don't have an answer for it. And it's the struggle that we're all collectively dealing with, trying to find that forward. But, you know, we're really working on, as part of these protocols, is to figure out a better balance and a way to address those issues in particular, because we're stuck. We're in that situation, we're absolutely stuck in what we can and cannot do.
And just to piggyback on what Mr. Oak said, one of the problems with all of these court rulings is they haven't provided any guidance. So we don't know what the boundaries are. We don't know, no municipalities know. I've had this conversation with the mayor of Kingston and the mayor of Guelph. Right, everybody's unsure as to what exactly we can do. So one of the calls that we're going to be making at the next big city mayor's meeting is also to ask the province to step in to these court cases and take on the role, and maybe the lawyer will correct me if I say this wrong, but take on the role of intervener status, so that the province actually takes a position and tries to help us figure out what exactly we're allowed to do. Because right now, it's open-ended court rulings that don't put up any guidelines. They just make it more open and more open and more open without ever really clarifying what we can do. They just sort of stop us from doing anything. So we're asking the province to step in that respect as well, to help clarify what exactly the rules are.
And also to piggyback on what the Reverend said, if we're asking some homeless to move their encampments and they're part of that 2/3 majority, and it gets confrontational because we're asking them to move, in the meantime, while we're waiting for all of this to happen, is there a way to get them to move, like and give them an alternative? I know it's not ideal, but for instance, on Tasker Street, we have a path where kids go to school. They have to use that path to go back and forth to school. And that's a place where we get a lot of encampments. Is there a way you can say, okay, we get that you need to camp, maybe over here would be different? Is that a possibility?
Julie, you can use the microphone there if you'd like. We got microphones and everything here.
It's a pretty modern place.
It is. It's a very modern place. Well, thank you. I do want to clarify a couple things. So there are people with restrictions. Some of those restrictions are not permanent. Okay? Some of them are for a period of time. So I do want to be clear. So if, you know, at this moment, you know, there are people that are out there that are restricted. And I've made an edict in a couple of cases where I don't want the people back, period. But that's rare.
Okay.
Okay, so that's, I do want to caution that, all right? The other thing is that we do work with people to go into housing, not just into shelter. So if they can't go into shelter, and sometimes we've actually had great cooperation with city partners to delay because we were moving, let's say, a couple with a dog, which we have a lot of trouble accommodating, to actually get them into housing. So moving is not necessarily a bad thing. Most people don't want to live in an encampment. So there is an opportunity to do that. The outreach staff do talk to people about, this is really not a good place. And I've seen where they've said, you're on a road allowance, you're going to get hit by a car. You need to move, and you need to move now. So there are conversations. Do you want to start pointing out to like a sanctioned encampment site? I would suggest to you that's a very complicated and probably not a recommended path. And that's where municipalities are struggling. That's one of the things that they're trying to figure out, because that's what happens when you say, well, just not here, maybe there, then there becomes a sanctioned encampment, and that's a whole different policy.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that. I'm going to echo what some of my fellow councilors have said. I think every single one of us around this horseshoe has huge problems with homelessness, mental health, addiction, encampments. I know you just have to drive down Queenston Street in Meryton to know that Meryton has a huge problem, or go to Richard Pierpoint Park. Every single one of us also has somebody, a neighbor, a family member, somebody who has a mental health problem, that if it flips in any direction could actually be one of the people that we're trying to help out on the street right now. I echo what Councillor Ratzlaff said, in that if we lose those 3 NASO people, what is that going to mean to the human beings that we're supposed to be helping? On the other hand, I also agree with the city that we also need to take responsibility for what we have to do. So this is a complicated issue, and I'm sure we're all struggling with what to do, but I really want to thank the mayor for taking this to the next level and the next level and the next level, because your voice is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to ask staff, Ms. Reverend Orlandi had some questions about, particularly about the self-cleaning washroom and evidence around that and what other communities are using that. I'm just wondering if we could address those maybe in some sort of memo or answer those questions. I know on our website we have some information. You know, what's the best way, because I don't want to put you on the spot and have you answer right now, so to get those answers to the public.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, questions specific to the self-cleaning washroom?
Yeah, I think you might have to go back about an hour ago now and watch the end of her presentation, but there were some questions there, yeah.
So we do have a report, I believe it was requested by Councillor Garcia, on status and options. We'll be sure that analysis of other communities that we're aware of that have tried this approach is incorporated in that report.
Okay, that's great, because I think that's still an area of improvement for us as a community, you know, providing public and safe and accessible washrooms. I'll just, I mean, I was working, I think, a little bit with Mayor Sendzik on this NASO thing way back when, so this one's a bit tough. I do agree ultimately with staff's recommendation. I appreciate, I think it was Councilor Williamson, a few people noted that we take a people approach to this. I don't think we can delineate between the type of people who are living on the street, that some somehow deserve it and some somehow don't. Everyone is an economic victim of poverty. Unfortunately, the system we have right now requires certain people to live in poverty. With regards to the hospitals, I don't mind that as an idea, but it's an old solution we have a new problem, and it's the opioid epidemic, and these addictions are much different than psychiatric issues, and it's all well and good to treat people, but just the insidious nature of opioids, it's likely people are going to relapse and end up on the street. So we need a systemic approach to ensuring that doesn't happen, and we can provide care there. And I think that's for us to remember, is that these are all people, no matter what addictions or psychiatric issues they're going through or what poverty they're going to. And I think, there's a sign every year at the overdose awareness walk that says every overdose death is a policy failure, and everyone living in encampments, I would say, and everyone living on the street is a policy failure, not just of us, of the region, and especially of the federal government, and especially the provincial government. So it's our job, and I just can hope, and I'm mostly buoyed by what I heard tonight, but I would hope we're keeping a people-centered view of things. I mean, these people deserve our respect and our care just as much as anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support the staff report. However, I really encourage the region to increase their funding to basically the same amount as what we're not going to be able to fund those workers, because obviously all of Niagara, it's not a St. Catharines problem or Niagara Falls, whoever. It's all of Niagara, and I think we're the only municipality who's actually gone to bat and funded outreach workers. I think it's time that everybody does that. And if, granted, we might not get the 3 outreach workers that we have now, but if the region increases their funding that much, and it's based on the number of homeless people per capita, we get a fairly large percentage of that. Plus, keep in mind, we do pay about a third of the region's budget, so we're going to be paying for those anyways. So I really hope that you'll go to bat for that. I'm sure you will. But I think it is a region financial situation, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, and we need those dollars. And it might mean a bit of a bump in our taxes, but we need those people out in the street to help those people. So hopefully the region will see clear to do that. And all of Niagara, as I said, it is a whole Niagara problem, just not the three large cities. Thank you.
Thank.
Sorry.
It's okay.
As far as the complex on Geneva Street for the transitional, when do we know when that's going to get started? When are we going to get a hole in the ground for that? It's been vacant for a long
Ms.
time.
Jubilee, that has to be finished by December of 25? So it has to be done by December of 25. That's next December.
It's going to be, we're going to have people moving in there in a year.
Ms. Jubilee?
Well,
are you willing to put your job on it?
I'm willing to put my job on the line for the last 4.5
No,
weeks
don't do
that I'm
that.
doing it.
You're too valuable to us to get caught in that trap. But,
No, so unfortunately, Ms. Jubilee may actually be retiring in 4.5 weeks. It was a bit of a joke. No, but I will say, the funding commitment says that it has to be completed by December of 2025. So it has to be finished by December of 2025.
So,
It's
just
impossible.
for clarity, so the HPP funding bump up, we actually, and so I would make this for your awareness. The HPP funding bump up we put into this project, both this past year and this coming year. So that's what's paying the capital for that build. It's why the timelines are what they are, is that we have to use that money for that and get that project completed. Obviously, we want to hit that timeline because it's largely funded by that provincial money.
environmental assessments done on it, on the land?
Yes,
And
we did it.
Yes, I thought we had. And
Yeah.
in conversation with past employees, it's not necessarily a clean site as far as remediating it. So I can't see how we are possibly going to get in. If we're in there by December of 2026, I think they'd be lucky. But anyways, good luck with that. We'll be watching closely.
Thank you, Counselor. There are no other speakers to this, so I am going to very briefly speak in just a moment. I did want to ask Ms. Jouglet a question. There are 12 Nassau workers funded by the region.
Directly through that pot of money, I have learned that there's actually a little bit of funding from a different pot as well. So there's actually another group of workers that we will need to keep an eye on because their funding comes to an end shortly as well.
Okay, so what percentage of those workers are operating in St. Catharines?
Oh, good grief. I have no idea. It is proportionate to the homeless and the encampments. They go where the encampments are. So you're going to get that proportion of the 12 workers is going to go to where those encampments are.
So if we've got 50% of the homeless population, then we're going to have 50% of the homeless outreach workers.
I would say focus on unsheltered homeless.
Sorry, unsheltered homeless.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that to your question, if the funding, your funding ends and we don't find a way to replace that, it would just basically mean that the 12 workers that we have would be balanced out accordingly to go where the needs are. We will certainly take this under advisement. There are a number of pressures to the homelessness budget, including to the outreach budget. So we need to have a look at it.
Okay. I did just want to speak briefly before we call the roll. I think it's important to understand the original intention of this money, and I can speak from a point of, I won't say expertise, but knowledge, because I was the budget chair at the time, and I raised this idea with Mayor Senzik at the time, that we should be putting money specifically towards cleanup. So it's important to understand the $350,000 that was budgeted was specifically for cleanup. The problem in Montebello Park has been ongoing for a number of years. There have been needles and encampments and everything else in Montebello, issues with the washrooms there for quite some time. That was where the impetus for this came, and we made that motion in December of 2019. And then COVID happened, and a bunch of things changed, and the decision was made at that point to pivot to funding Nassau and Nassau outreach workers. Partially because the cost to do the cleanups wasn't going to require the full $350,000. And so staff were able to find a way to allocate dollars towards it. At the time, I believe the comment was actually made that the city should not be funding Nassau outreach workers, that is a responsibility of the upper level. But we went forward with it anyways, and I think it was an attempt by the last term of council to try and deal with what was becoming a very growing and obvious issue. So we shifted the dollars from cleanup to outreach. Here's the reality. In the intervening 4 years, the need for cleanup dollars has gotten more and more and more. Right? When we talk about the cleanup, it's not just the encampment cleanup. There are still needles and there are still problems in the washrooms, and all of that needs to be dealt with. And the reality is we can no longer accommodate dealing with something that is outside of the city's mandate. So that's where this motion comes from today, and that's really what we're deciding on. We're deciding on, do we want to continue funding something outside of our mandate, or do we want to put those dollars towards cleaning up the issues that are created in our community? And I will say that we're not arguing against Nassau. A couple people have said it, but I'm going to reiterate it. We're not arguing against Nassau. I think the work that the Nassau workers do is very important, and it needs to continue. We're arguing that it needs to be funded by the appropriate level of government. And I appreciate Ms. Jouglé coming and answering questions today. This is outside of her mandate, but she's here because she is a consummate professional, and I appreciate that even when I disagree with her wholeheartedly and vociferously, and she disagrees with me. There is an appendix on this report that I asked for through a mayoral direction a couple of weeks ago. And I want to say thank you to staff for pulling this together. Trish Sorrenti's here, and she's done a lot of the work out of the CAO's office. The reality is that the Nassau money is not all the money we spend. It's downstream effects of homelessness and mental health and addictions and street-involved behavior, which is the euphemism I've been told to use, is about $3.5 million. That's 3% of our budget. Okay, so 3% of our budget is going to deal with an issue which, again, is outside of our mandate. We will continue to spend those dollars because we have to clean up our parks, because we require the security, because we need to have the fencing, because we need to have an encampment cleanup coordinator, because we need to do the maintenance and have the emergency fire response. I've called fire on my own when I found a fire in Richard Pierpoint Park that was clearly being used by somebody but had been left unattended and just continued to burn. Okay? And I would wager many of us, if we walk around the community, we have seen situations like that, and we've had to call emergency services for that as well. I will say and remind everybody to keep in mind, these are the city's direct costs in this for the issues that create these problems. Right? The region has those costs as well. Paramedics get called out on a regular basis to deal with downstream effects of not dealing effectively with issues around mental health and homelessness and addictions and street-involved behavior. The reality is, though, that in the last 5 years, this problem has changed and it's gotten worse, significantly worse. And I know that because I'm not just getting calls from the downtown councilors. Like I was the downtown councilor for 3 terms, and we had issues around homelessness and small encampments during that time. And we had issues around needles during that time. But it's not just Councillor Ratzlaff and Councillor McPherson who are sending things through to the mayor's office now. In this term of council, I've gotten an email or phone call from every single councillor in this horseshoe on this issue because of an encampment that has spread into their part of the community. And some of those parts of the community have never experienced this, which is why the reaction in some areas in the community has been so loud and angry. And it's understandable. It's not like anything we've ever experienced before. I always try to caution residents when I'm talking to them that as much as this feels really awful here, it exists in every small, medium, and large-sized city in this province and across North America. Anybody who has traveled outside of St. Catharines will recognize. If you drive through Hamilton, you see the same issues. If you drive through Burlington, you see the same issues. If you go to places in Oakville, you will see the same issues. If you went to AMO last year in London, you saw the same issues. These issues exist everywhere. That's not an excuse. It's a recognition of how big this problem actually is. I am spending, I would wager now, about 50% of my time on this issue. A year ago, I would have said 30% of my time. If you'd asked me before the election, I would have said it'd probably be 10 to 20% of my time is what I expected. The problem keeps growing, but the attention it's garnering also keeps growing, which is a good thing. I have said this repeatedly, and I will repeat it again now because it's important. City government officials understand the urgency. many and a growing number of regional officials. Well, staff definitely do, but regional politicians, even those who don't live in a dense urban environment like St. Catharines councillors, even out to Lincoln and Waynfleet, those regional councillors understand and are understanding more and more every day this issue, and they understand the urgency of it. But as soon as we get past the region, it seems like there's a drop-off in the urgency. Because the reality is, the region and the city have one funding mechanism, one way to pay this, and it's on the property tax. And we are not going to be able to use property tax to get out of this. Property tax dollars will just simply not be enough to fund the solutions that are necessary. There are upper levels of government that have capacity, they have the power, they have the money. And at a certain point, they have to have the urgency as well, because we can't be left to do this by ourselves. For a multitude of reasons, the biggest one being, it's actually the responsibility of those upper levels of government to deal with these problems. The reality around mental health and addictions, those are healthcare issues, funded by the federal government through transfers and implemented by the provincial government through the Ministry of Health. The solutions to those problems have to come from them. To Councillor Kushner's point, if we're going to go down the path of psychiatric hospitals, again, not something to be funded by the property tax base. That will be funded by the provincial and or the federal governments. It has to be. The policy decisions have to be made by those levels of government. When we talk about street-involved behavior, those policy issues also have to be dealt with by the provincial and federal government. The reality is, right now in our community, and in communities across the province, there is de facto decriminalization of drugs. The police services are very clear. If they pick people up for drug offenses, for open use of drugs in the community, that would not be prosecuted, and so they are not picking it up. So somewhere along, the justice system has decided that drug use has been decriminalized in the province of Ontario. That needs to change. Policy decisions have to be made to rectify that situation as well, because we can't keep trying to deal with the downstream effects. The number of business people who've been through my office in the last couple of months talking about how difficult it is for them in the downtown because that low-level criminal activity isn't being dealt with, isn't being prosecuted, isn't being picked up by the police. I don't blame the police. They're going to put the resources where they can get results. And if the criminal justice system is telling them, don't bring us these issues, we're not going to deal with them, then the police are going to focus their efforts in those places where they can get results. I understand that. But then the criminal justice system needs to be fixed. That, again, is not a municipal mandate. That is provincial, that is federal. So we need those upper levels of government to understand that. I raised the rest of this because that is what a large part of this report is. Even though the recommendation deals with a very narrow part, we're going to have to continue to have this conversation repeatedly. And I would encourage all of my colleagues on council to reach out to provincial and federal politicians in our community and outside of our community. Use your advocacy opportunities to make the point that this is an urgent problem for us and for every other city, bigger and smaller than us, across the province. The shelter that was built in Welland, I've been working with the Welland councillors and listening to them for the last 2 years, demand shelter beds in Welland. Welland is less than half our size. Niagara Falls has shelter spaces. There are other communities in the region who've said they think they need more shelter spaces as well. We're getting into communities that are a third our size, a quarter our size. This problem isn't going away. It's going to continue to get worse, and ultimately, we need upper levels of government to understand the urgency that we're taking. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. And now, parks. 9.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Community Initiatives and Partnerships, the Fairview Park Community Vision. But before that, Ms. Juglé, thank you so much. Your time and your energy was appreciated. So at the meeting of July 22nd, 2024, council deferred consideration of the amended report recommendation to September 9th, 2024. The recommendation was previously tabled by councilors McPherson and Ratzlaff. The amended recommendation is now on the floor. Now, in previous times, generally we would not allow councilors who have already spoken to speak again. However, given that it has been several months since our last conversation on this, councilors Kushner, councilors McPherson, Miller, and Ratzlaff, if you wish to provide additional comment today, I will allow that to happen. It's been a couple of months. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just saying I did not want to take away your opportunity because a deferral motion came in the middle of that debate. So with that, the motion is on the floor. We have councilors McPherson and Ratzlaff moving it, and I will now allow councilors to populate the speaking list if they have questions, comments, or concerns. All right, I have Councilor Williamson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate council deferring this when I was not able to attend that meeting, which I think might have been rescheduled or something, because I don't miss too many meetings. And I do have some serious concerns about this. I know it's multi-phase. It's a very expensive, ambitious investment. And first of all, we've raised our family for, I guess, the last 25 years. We've lived second closest park to us. So I'm quite familiar with it. I used to ride my bike or walk through it to get to the Y when the Y was open. Anyway, first concern is what we've talked about just about the whole night, and that is the state of encampments in the park. Rosemary, like I said, I didn't get her last name, the first presenter, alluded to it. She said that there was 8 encampments. I counted 13 tents, some of them double or triple tents, and there's one cluster of 8 tents. Together, there's wooden skids that are pallets that have been dragged into the park, I guessed for burning for firewood. So my concern is that we get, like, spending a lot of money on and putting in amenities in a park is not going to be a solution to the encampment problem. I think we have to deal with the encampment problem first before we initiate. And there's lots of elements that I do like. I'm not entirely negative about it, but that's my first concern. Second concern is that there was an organization that came forward a number of years ago that had a green or more natural plan for this park. And this park is surrounded by some high density of the apartments on Geneva Street, which I actually lived in my 20s. It was called Cavalier back then. I can't remember the exact number. I think it was the third one along. And I spent my whole life in the North End. And Rosemary also raised the issue about a little bit of the loss of our identity as the Garden City. And probably I've been the longest serving councillor who's lived in the North End the longest. And I've seen lots of changes, lots of evolution. Lots of places that were green before, like Club Heidelberg and the Polish Legion on Vine Street, which offered, soccer fields and all kinds of amenities, no longer exist. They're not green spaces anymore. A lot of the schools that once we had in the North End, which had playgrounds, and back in the day when we used to get an inventory, I don't know if we get it anymore, of green space. I don't know, Councillor Kushner might remember, we used to get an inventory, and they included schoolyards as part of the green space. So we've lost a lot of green space, and of course we've declared a climate emergency here. So I would have preferred to see a park that has a lot less hard surfaces. There's lots of good attempts to do things here, but hard surfaces are the enemy of biodiversity in a naturalized place. And my next concern, and also the report describes this as a vast green space. I don't know, when I think of something vast, I might think of the prairies or the Pacific Ocean or something like this. It's a good large size green space. I think it says 6.7, hectares. But there's limits to the amount of amenities we can put in one park, and it seems like we're putting a whole lot in one particular area. So the third point is parking. And a lot of these, like the skateboard park, the water park, tennis courts, basketball courts, are regional. Maybe that's where the lady got the idea of a regional park. These are citywide facilities or amenities that people go to, and also a leash-free dog park. And we don't have parking there. Some of this is exacerbated by a decision that was made by a council a number of years ago, where we had the Nehan Road road allowance, which connected from the northwest corner of this park. And I walked it, well, I rode my bike to it and walked along. There's 47 parking spaces that could have been used for this park. Otherwise, we're very limited in parking here. And I know we'd like to think that we're trying to promote alternatives to the car, but the reality is that most people are still getting places by cars, and these kinds of amenities are going to attract people from a lot further away than just the immediate neighborhood. And the problem with that is if you put a whole bunch of attractions in this park, then there's going to be a demand for parking, and then there'll be a greater demand to pave over some of the park. That's, I think that's a reasonable cause and effect argument that can be made. If we had an agreement with some of the abutting landowners to share some parking, I think that would change the calculus on this, but as it stands, and I think that there's alternatives to where some of these can be located. The closed down former Lancaster Park swimming pool site, it's got parking, and maybe some of these a couple of these facilities would to me make a better fit there than they do here. There's also an assumption about a nearby property, which I think is a little bit premature and maybe a little bit unfair, but I won't get into details on that. No, there was something else I wanted to mention. Yeah, I won't get into the whole history of the North End and our parks, but we have lost a lot of green space, and what green space we do have, I think it's really important that we keep it in as natural condition as possible, particularly in a site like this that is surrounded by a desert of parking and people who live in, and there's going to be lots more people living in this district, do need an oasis, a green oasis to go to. There's lots of research about the values of being in a truly greener forested environment. So there are my comments. I do have concerns about the report. And then the way the motion reads, we're accepting the whole appendix, and there's some specific elements in it that I'd be concerned about. I don't know why we're leaving some of the I can see why we maybe leave some of the mounds from the days when it was a golf course, but I would think that we would want to flatten out some of those. And I think some of them are going to be, but I don't know why we would leave too many of them. Maybe there could be some value as landscape features. And then there's talk about bringing in bollards from old canals. And the two that are pictured in the report are ones that a local canal expert and I went and looked at, and they're made of rubble, and they're really not going to be transportable. And maybe there's other canal relics that we could fit in there, and maybe I'm being picky, but just wanted to point that out. So I do have some serious concerns about this, and I think it's premature to get moving on this until we resolve the unhoused crisis that is going on. And this park is, there may be a couple other places in the city that are worse, but this one has become a magnet for encampments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers to the recommendation? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson makes some very good points in terms of how much green space we have there and how much is being covered. But I think the key point is the encampment issue that presenter we had earlier was so adamant about the problems there. I would like to ask the amendment that we have there that says that staff expedite the timeline for completion of the park upgrades to 5 to 6 years, could we add to that, that work not commence until the encampment situation is resolved? Because I can't imagine how we could possibly start doing any work there with what's going on there right now. Is that, Councilor McPherson, did you make that, or? Yeah, would you accept that as an amendment, that work not commence until the encampment situation is resolved?
So I would suggest that that would pretty much have to be the case. I mean, we can add it as an explicit addition. Counselor, I would argue like nothing can happen until those encampments are resolved, so that's a fair comment, but we can add it explicitly. Counselor, are you comfortable with that? Counselor Ratzlaff, comfortable with that? Counselor Ratzlaff? Yeah. I don't think it could actually move forward anyway, so I think, yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. One of them in the up in the appendices, it says about lighting, and I've asked for lighting in some of our parks in the North End as well. I think it's important that we have some lighting, and I would hope that it says prioritizing greening, minimizing harm, and anyway, LED solar lighting and low flow play jets. I hope that that's kind of at the top of the priority. Like, I couldn't see when they were going to make those implementations, but I think that it's an important part of the park that it be lit for safety. And the presenter this evening mentioned that we have the park at John Page Park. Is that the other end? And then she was saying that it would be nice to have something at their end with the playground equipment and stuff like that. And I keep looking at the plan, but I'm kind of not sure where is the other playground and the water feature going to be in the plan.
Through the mayor to the councillor, there's only one playground proposed on the plan. It's up near the former abutments and piers associated with the rail bridge, so it remains up near what you would know as John Page Park today. I think the resident had expressed a desire to have a second playground in addition to that which is proposed, but that's not being presented today.
Would there be a possibility, only because there's such a great distance between the two parks, that we could have something more of a playground area at the, I guess that would be the east side of the park?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we are, this is a citywide park, so we are looking at making the existing playground equipment today is much smaller than what we are proposing, so we are already considering that population growth and intensity around the park. We're also trying to balance the developed space in the park versus the green space in the park. So adding another playground would take away from that open green space.
Okay. And then on here, you also mentioned that the parking is, there's a lot of pages to this, is a low priority. And along with what Councillor Williamson said, I think that it's important, and I don't think that it should be one of our lower priorities. I think that we should be looking at where we can get the parking from before that we need it, and then we're like kind of, you know, at someone else's mercy. I think we should try to do that before we get to that point if we're working with this.
Through the mayor to the councillor, an expansion of the parking area was one of the least desirable features that we proposed in an alternative by the community. So we took cues from that. We're also looking at, you know, there's there's opportunities obviously next door at the mall, Depot site, with partners that we've previously had licensing agreements with for parking associated with the former Fairview Golf and Mini Putt. So although it's indicated as a low priority, that's in terms of within the park boundaries itself. Certainly it is our intent to reach out to those adjacent property owners to talk about possibilities for shared parking or licensed parking.
Okay, don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not in favor of covering over any green space for parking. I'm talking about looking at getting it from other sources. I definitely do not want to see green space used for parking. And if we could somehow maybe balance it a little bit so that, you know, both ends of the park could have some sort of plaything so that the kids that are living in the eastern part of the park have a place to go where they don't have to go so far away from possibly their homes would be great as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, just quickly through you, Mayor. I definitely don't want to see more parking, paving over green space for parking. I think that would be a really bad decision, especially when we want to see more green space. There's an incredible amount of parking in that area. If you look at what used to be PetSmart, I think it's Mattress Place now, Home Depot, Fairview Mall. That whole area is paved for parking. I do not want to see another inch of that park covered with pavement. The other piece about children's equipment, so if you look at the plans, it's not a playground for children at the other end, but there is a ton of amenities for young children. So there's a splash pad, there's a pump track, there's a skate park. And then there's also a walking track where seniors and mothers with strollers, I know I would have loved this if it was my neighborhood, where you can take your child in the stroller and walk around the park. So in terms of finding facilities for younger children, it's throughout the entire park. As I know with my kids, often they just need to pick up a stick and that's their park for the day, right? So installing another plastic play structure at the other end of the park, I don't think would be ideal. But you know, there are tons of facilities in this park when it's completed that are going to be for children of all ages and people of all ages, because I think one of the biggest demographics around that park when we canvassed it is actually seniors, and I think seniors are going to be very pleased with what we have planned for this facility. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This plan has gone through or gone past the Recreation Master Plan Committee, and I think they were quite pleased with it. Initially, the build-out was going to suggest it up to 15 years, and I was very concerned about that, and I'm glad that we've dropped it down to a place where some of us will still be on council, I suppose. But anyways, I think it's an appropriate timeline with what's there. To our director, approximately what percentage of the park, will be maintained, if you want, as green space, that which would be the east portion of it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, approximately 80%.
How much? Sorry?
80.
80%? Okay. So there has been a real attempt to maintain that area. And that, I see this as kind of a recreation hub, is a term that recreation has been using for a while, where most of the activities are going to be at the west end for the younger people. And then in the east, it's more of a, if you want, a place for seniors to enjoy. Is that kind of the premise of the design?
Through the mayor to the councilor, there's a little bit of everything spread out throughout the park, councilor. So to the eastern side of the park, if I recall, the plan is for a community garden, for example. The pickleball courts will be there. Permanent chess tables and permanent table tennis tables will be there. And
Sounds very senior to me. Yes.
And you can access all these features through the path that will be incorporated into the park. And then on the west side, that's where you'll find the playground, splash pad, and somewhere in the middle is where you're going to find the pump track.
And to maintain the heritage value for the park, with the canal going through there, what amenities, what do you see as going in there to remind us of the historical value of the park?
Through the mayor to the councillor.
Your mic's not on. There you go.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So phase one of the project has many heritage-inspired features, including a heritage walk. That is the proposed pathway that would complete a loop in the park. And it would take you over the reimagined bridge, over the swing bridge remnants. Also, there are two lines of trees that would demarcate the northern and southern banks of the former Third Welland Canal. There is a heritage-inspired playground, thematic water play feature or a splash pad, and then as another councillor mentioned, there is opportunity throughout the park to install either remnants from other sites, such as the bollards. Of course, there's opportunities for plaques, signage, wayfinding, these types of things, all within the first phase of the proposal.
Okay, and thank you. And lastly, much of what's involved in this helps complete our recreation master plan from a few years ago, so it won't have to be included in the new one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Seeing no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Miller? Yes. Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell? Yes. Councillor Garcia? Yes. Councillor Stevens? Councillor Williamson? No. Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to 9.2. I will say, I don't know who decided to save money by turning off the air conditioning tonight, but it's really appreciated. Who from facilities do I need to talk to right now? I was wondering if I was starting to get a fever. Thank you. All right, item 9.2, planning and building services. Planning services demolition permit for a designated heritage property in the Port Dalhousie Heritage Conservation District, 175 Main Street. And prior to discussing the report, I will look to James Nielsen, the Senior Project Manager, to provide introductory comments. Mr. Nielsen, you've been upgraded to the bullpen. Congratulations.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, staff are recommending the denial of a demolition permit for the residents of 175 Main Street. The circa 1930 residence is a contributing heritage property within the Port Dalhousie Heritage Conservation District, and according to the district guidelines, the demolition of properties older than 1950 is discouraged. The application before council today is an example of demolition by neglect, which is one of the worst fates for a heritage property. The building has been left uninhabited for nearly a decade and is currently in a state of disrepair. However, the condition of a property is not taken into consideration within the district guidelines, as most issues with buildings can be fixed with regular maintenance and care. The guidelines are clear that the repair and maintenance of buildings is a guiding principle for the district. While demolition by neglect is very rare in St. Catharines, and we're lucky that that's the case, staff and the Heritage Advisory Committee are concerned about the example this could set for others to follow. The applicant has chosen not to attend the Heritage Committee meeting that was held in July, nor did they allow their heritage consultant to attend and answer questions about their heritage impact assessment that was accompanied with their application. I believe neither are in attendance today, but the heritage consultant's report was attached to the staff report for consideration. In addition, accompanying photographs, which were unintentionally omitted from the consultant's report, have been circulated this evening by the clerk, and my appreciation for that, to provide greater context for the degree of disrepair that the house is currently in. My apologies again for the omission. While I cannot speak for the heritage consultant and the report, I'm happy to answer or to offer staff's opinion of the proposal as they relate to the district guidelines and answer any questions that any of the councillors may have. Paul Chudoba, the manager of bylaw enforcement, is also chiming in from Zoom to respond to any bylaw enforcement related concerns as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nielsen. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councilor Garcia moving. Do I have a seconder? Councilor Phillips. So it is on the floor. Councilor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, a couple observations in the report. I really appreciate staff bringing it forward. One thing that I did notice is that the Stevens and Harris family did also reside on this property and lived on the same property during the early 1900s. So there's, I'm not sure if it's any relation to our current councilors, but a fun fact there for you. My question through you to staff, is, has this property recently been sold, or has this property been owned by one owner for the last several years?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't actually have the answer to that, unfortunately. It's been owned for a fair bit of time, though, by a private company, essentially, an Ontario numbered company.
Thank you. My other question is through you. If we deny this, this demolition permit, what is the alternative for the owner? Would it be to essentially repair the existing building as is?
So through the chair, I'll have Paul Chidoba answer that question because it relates to bylaw enforcement.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, there will be some options presented. Ultimately, there's a confirmed property standards order on this dwelling at 175 Main Street, and there's a prescription as to what's needed to be done to effect repairs, essentially bringing the property into compliance. So if the property owner chooses not to comply with the order, the municipality does have the authority to effect repairs by way of repairing the structure to the extent at least would be the exterior, and then putting those amounts and any applicable fees and charges onto property taxes. Other options available would be to either prosecute or levy administrative penalties for non-compliance.
Thank you. I guess through you, Chair, my concern is that it's suggesting that vermin have infested the property, and I'm trying to get an idea of, you're going to have to demo the property regardless because of the condition that it's in. So are we just delaying what are we doing here? Are we just, delaying this to set, because we don't want a precedent being set for other heritage buildings? I mean, if you look at it, anyone can look at this photo and look that it has to be demoed. Moving forward, you're not going to be able to find the specific materials that are used in this property. So, at a time where we need housing, we need development, are we just delaying this, kicking the ball down the road for eventually it to come back to council, for it to be offered a demolition permit?
So through the chair to the councillor, one thing to be mindful of is we are dealing with somebody's private property and ultimately their dwelling, and we're restricted in terms of what we can do with that. And what I'm getting at is, if demolition, and ultimately demolition could be an option that may have to be pursued, and we do have the authority to do so if that was the case. But we would only pursue that option if a structural engineer, which would be retained, would survey the property and say that that any repairs are not possible, that the only option available would be demolition. Then in that case, we would proceed with that course of action. But we would have to make sure that we've done what we can to basically ultimately say that it could be repaired. So we would have to be careful on that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to staff, is it not common for staff to, before even coming to council in a situation like this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it not normal for staff to come and say, we've sent out a structural engineer to determine this before this even coming to council?
Through the chair to the councillor. Oh, sorry, Paul. Through the chair to the councillor. So as part of the typical submission for a complete application, we do have asked for a heritage impact assessment, which was included. And so their heritage consultant would have looked at the property and looked at the condition of the building. And there is a condition assessment within there. It's not by a structural engineer, but it is by a qualified heritage consultant. Staff are also on site as well. And to the extent that we were able to go inside the building, it really was a challenge to get in there, to be honest, because of the state of disrepair. But we were at the very least able to be on the exterior and see what it looked like from there.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I won't be supporting the staff recommendation. While I do understand and appreciate the work that's gone into it, I mean, council's been sent the photos of the building, and at a time where we need housing, I'm going to support building more housing, and I'm going to ask to change the recommendation to issue the demolition permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just in reading the report, I see there's basically some conflicting issues, because you say you want to keep it as a heritage, but then on page 3, it's listed that although it is neither a unique or rare example of cottage typography, nor located within the cottage enclave subdistrict, it contributes little to the continuity or the character of the surrounding neighborhood. It has little associated heritage value, other than it's through the construction by a senior employee who lived there back in 1928. And after seeing the pictures as well, although I understand you're saying about setting precedents of landowners maybe letting the property go too bad so they have to be demoed, I guess maybe that fell under the radar because of where it's hidden and everything, and maybe issues for work permits to make the building safer should have happened sooner than later, and now I think it's beyond the thing. And if you look at the building, probably a new structure would do better there. And like my council mate said there, we're looking for newer housing and increasing housing, and probably a newer build there would be a better appropriate use of the land.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was, this property, the broader property was owned by Johnny Stevens, who was actually a Port Dalhousie ward councillor. He may have been involved in Port Dalhousie politics before amalgamation. He was a very interesting and active citizen who was actually involved in the building of the Burgoyne Arena, amongst other things. And every year on this, the larger property, which this, I gather, was subdivided from at some point and maybe reconnected to later, or at least it was under the ownership of the current owner for some time. We used to have a Christmas tree sale every year, and the proceeds went to charity. I guess my first statement is the photographs. Has everybody looked at the photographs that were sent at 5:48? Well, I think that, as they say, photographs speak 1,000 words or more, and it didn't start off as a very substantial building to begin with, and now it's a derelict shack, unfortunately. I'm a person who really, like Councillor Garcia, don't like it when people do the demolition by neglect trick. This is a bit of a different case. I think it got abandoned. If you look at the old Google Map pictures, there hasn't been power to it since about 2010, and the property managers have been involved. I'm not for sure for how long, but by the time they got involved, it was well past any reasonable hope of rehabbing the building. And they have played by the rules. They've gotten a very qualified heritage consultant in Sarah Kinghead, who I know, and she's put it through the tests and determined that it barely meets maybe 2 of the 9 tests. It's not a real log cabin, it's a fake one. And as you can tell from the pictures, it's really beyond hope. And the best situation would be, as Councillor Stevens said, that it does get adjoined with the neighboring properties, and we get a nice infill development on that larger property. So I'm in support of in demolishing this building in this case. It's not something I like to do, but this is a particularly extraordinary set of circumstances. And I don't think anybody would want to live in this, even if it was restored.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a question to staff. I assume that we take steps to avoid demolition by neglect, and so I'm just wondering where the breakdown was in this case, and if we're doing things to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So through the chair to the councillor, I'll defer to Paul Jadoba to answer the response that we've had from a bylaw perspective to try to compel the owner to fix the issues on site.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, one of the pieces that has been put into play recently, and I believe it's as of May of 2022, would actually be the city's vacant building registry. So any of these properties that ultimately would be vacant would require to be monitored by the property owners and ensure that at least that they're meeting the minimum property standards on the exterior as well. So in the case of having an exposed roof, which would bring in other elements, snow, rain, and so forth, essentially starting to compromise the integrity of the interior as well, those types of things would be mitigated based on our current practices, but this goes well far back beyond when we did bring those mitigating measures in.
Fair. I'm just wondering, just remind me, the vacant building registry, like how would this building end up on that registry again?
So, through the chair to the councillor, as even identified that the power has been cut off to the building, that would make it susceptible to vacant building registry and requiring to be registered, or any other measures could just be not being occupied and requiring to be boarded up and so forth.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This reminds me of the debate we had years ago on the Chacluna buildings on 12 Mile Creek, and there's a question whether they should be designated heritage or not, but in my opinion, they look like old buildings to be torn down and self-occupied, so we didn't designate them, and I see some similarity.
For clarity, Councillor, I was going to ask you if that was the debate when they were debating building the Chacluna buildings or taking them down, but I thought that would be rude, so. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It made me feel kind of lonely here, but I certainly disagree with my esteemed colleague, Councillor Williamson, when he says this is different. There is either demolition by neglect or demolition by neglect. And I can tell you I have been involved with the Heritage Committee since before I was a councilor, so probably for, I don't know, 15 more years now. This is the first time I have seen the committee actually state that this is a clear case of demolition by neglect. There are others that are borderline that we wonder, but, and staff is also saying that, and it just sets a horrendous precedent if people think that they can do this. And, you know, they're obviously doing this so that, as Councilor Stevens said, so they can build something else there or they can get a lot. Well, you could get other properties where you could do that too if people start doing that, if they feel they can do it. So I think we would make a huge mistake approving something that is clearly demolition by neglect, and I hope that councilors will see through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Seeing no other comments, I will speak briefly and then we'll call the roll. I do appreciate the comments of Councillor Garcia, and I will say, I'm quite happy with the recommendation from our staff and from the Heritage Committee. I think absolutely our staff need to state no, they are not in favor of this because of its demolition by neglect, and I think our Heritage Committee as well. Frankly, I'd be a bit disappointed if they didn't in this case. It is a clear-cut case of demolition by neglect. With that said, I will not be supporting the staff recommendation. I think as a council, we have to take steps to try and continue to improve our community, and allowing a demolition here would be an opportunity to improve the community. So with that, I will look to the clerk and call the roll. So this is moved by Councillor Garcia, seconded by Councillor Phillips. And if you are voting yes on this, you are voting yes to deny the heritage permit, heritage permit application to demolish. So if you want the building to be demolished, you would have to vote no on this one.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
No. Miller or Lindell?
Lindell.
No.
McPherson. Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Still no.
Counselor Dodge?
No.
Counselor Harris?
No.
Counselor Townsend?
No.
Counselor Williamson?
No.
Mayor Cisco?
No. And that's lost? Okay, so that's lost. So is there someone who will make the alternate motion? I've got Counselor, yes, you do. Counselor McPherson, Counselor Townsend. So this will be to approve the heritage permit application to demolish the residential building at 175 Main Street. Do we need any discussion on this? All right, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll. It's Counselors McPherson and Townsend.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner? Yes. Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
No.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to motions. 10.1, the special start time for council meeting of October 7th, 2024. Moving this, I have Counselor McPherson. Seconding it, I have Counselor Harris. This is related to the need for St. Catharines Hydro and Tourism St. Catharines annual general meetings. And so we'll be shifting the start time for October the 7th to 5 p.m. to facilitate said meetings.
Discussing my,
It will come up at the end of motions.
at the end?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
as a
it'll
mo-
be 10.3.
As a motion. Okay, thank you.
Not a problem. So, seeing no questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes?
Counselor Kushner? Yes. Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
Counselor Phillips, out of curiosity, did you want to vote on the last one, by the way? I apologize. I missed you raising your hand, but I noticed that you wanted to vote no on 9.2? You missed a vote. He's voting no. For the record, I just wanted to make sure our records were complete. Eagle-eyed me, I looked over and I noticed that it was missing, so. I say eagle-eyed me. It's actually Brianne in the back saying, I don't think Counselor Phillips voted on that one. All right, so that's passed. 10.2, Meadowbrook Crescent Sidewalk Installation Fee. Moving the motion, I have Counselor Townsend. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Counselor Stevens is seconding the motion. Let me just turn us out of voting mode. Counselor Townsend, do you want to speak first to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to quickly kind of sum up the request here. Councillor Stevens and I have heard from residents on Meadowbrook and some of the concerns on installing sidewalks, which have never been installed on Meadowbrook. The concern there is that there are mature trees that would be impacted by the installation of sidewalks. So we're asking the request to waive the sidewalk fee that's being asked for 37836 Meadowbrook to pay. If sidewalks aren't going to go in, we feel that there shouldn't be a fee being charged to the resident at this location. Again, I'll let my colleague, Councillor Stevens, as well jump in on this, but we've heard from residents down the street, and there's a lot of concern about the mature trees that are actually beautiful trees planted down there. So we would not want to impact those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a few other items as well as the trees, because even the developer had some issues with planning as well about trees and placement of driveways, and he's already agreed to plant multiple trees in place of, if any. There was like one that was doubled up, but the sidewalks would definitely wipe them all out. But a few of the other issues I find with putting sidewalks that go nowhere is, well, now we've added something to the budget for event down the road. They'll have to be replaced or maintained. So now we're spending tax dollars that we could use more wisely in other areas. The other issue, if we're really trying to promote ADUs in neighborhoods, and if 2 cars can park in a driveway, now we stuck a sidewalk there, and now we've just lost a parking spot for these ADUs as well. So there's multiple reasons why putting sidewalks in existing neighborhoods, I just don't feel, it's not appropriate. So new neighborhoods, that's a different story. Going and retrofitting sidewalks everywhere, I just think that's a waste of our tax dollars as well.
Thank you, Councillor. I will just say, and maybe I'll look to someone in planning, but it's my understanding that if a parking space would be disrupted because of a sidewalk, then that parking space actually doesn't legally exist. Am I correct on that?
Through the mayor, yes, I can take one. That's correct. The zoning bylaw requires that parking spaces required by development be provided for on the private side of the property. The trees that the councillors are referring to are boulevard trees and therefore city trees and part of our tree canopy goals.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the mover, I'm trying to understand your rationale here. If I understand correctly, you're saying that the residents don't want the sidewalks and that you think that this is going to damage mature trees and affect parking and so on. So why are you requesting that we waive the permits as opposed to that we don't have sidewalks?
Can we open up Councillor Townsend's microphone?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor. The concern here is that if the sidewalks go in, it will impact and potentially you'll have to remove boulevard trees to install the sidewalks. We don't want to remove the sidewalks. The residents don't want to remove the sidewalks. So our rationale here is that why have someone pay for sidewalks that are not going to be installed on the street?
I'm going to ask just to clarify. The councillors don't want to install the sidewalks.
Correct.
You said remove, and I just
Sorry,
don't want that. I don't want there to be any confusion.
Sorry, thank you.
You don't want, the residents don't want to install.
They don't want to install the
Okay.
sidewalks. There's no sidewalks there now. We don't want to install the sidewalks. If that makes sense.
Can we open up Councillor Garcia's microphone as well?
Thank you for that. So can we not make the motion that there be no sidewalks?
So I'm going to provide a little bit of clarity right now. There are no sidewalks at present. This would be a fee that the developer would pay in the event that sidewalks are built in the future. This money would sit and wait until those sidewalks were installed, and then the portion of sidewalks in front of these properties would be paid for using the dollars that were paid by the developer now. So the motion would be simply that he not pay the fee because the sidewalks not be installed. So that is the purpose of the motion.
I see. So in other words, that money will be sort of an escrow in case they do it, but it's not going to be used then.
That's correct. The money would sit in the account to wait for sidewalks to be installed.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the mover. I just wanted to be clear. This is a new build that we're asking for a deposit for a sidewalk that wouldn't connect to any other sidewalk?
Or actually, can we open up Councillor Townsend's microphone?
Yes. Yes.
Can we open up Councillor Harris's microphone now?
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to the CAO. We've had these issues come up before. Is there a method that perhaps staff could have some discretion, even though we have a sidewalk policy? Like they can take into consideration like the urban canopy policy and all that kind of stuff? Because we had this exact same situation on Hillcrest where we were going to put a sidewalk on someone's front lawn, half of their front lawn. So is there any method or anything we can do in the future that can make these decisions not have to come to council?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think I'll defer to Ms. Kate on the planning side of the equation. We have many times we have policy conflict, so we have a urban tree canopy guideline that we're trying to achieve. We have accessibility, which is the implementation of sidewalks, and a lot of the times they're in conflict. So I would think a path forward we might
want to look into is how do we address when policy conflicts come forward. Ultimately, I think it still would have to come to council in these situations, because while it's minor in this situation, it could have bigger implications. And
I totally agree with what you're saying. I just like sometimes we've come across ones like Councillor Kushner, and I can talk about Hillcrest where literally it was going to go across half someone's front lawn. Like
I'm going to cause a pause, not for anything for you, Councillor Harris. Folks, there's a lot of crosstalk, and I'm actually having difficulty hearing Councillor Harris speak right now. So, Councillor Harris, if you can continue.
Councillor Kushner and I can attest to the fact that this happened on Hillcrest, and it was actually a sidewalk that was going to be half the front lawn. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to stop wasting time coming to council, that perhaps there's some method that staff can have some discretion for some common sense. I don't know. I guess that's probably what I'm saying.
Ms. Kate, I was just about to ask you to jump in. And before Ms. Kate continues, I will just point out, Ms. Kate is sitting at home with COVID right now.
Oh, she's a game player.
But she's still online. She's a game time player, and we appreciate that. Ms. Kate?
Thank you. And through the mayor to the councillor, it is the direction of council that staff are actually implementing, and explicitly when it comes to sidewalks, both the city's Garden City official plan and our transportation master plan both have policies that direct staff to require sidewalks on both sides of the roads for arterial roads, collector roads, and local roads where feasible. And given council's direction on taxpayer affordability and growth paying for growth, it has always been our practice to obtain deposits for sidewalks so that developers are putting sidewalks in front of their future developments. If a sidewalk is not immediately planned for that street segment, then yes, it is placed into a reserve for future sidewalk installation. We do have a sidewalk policy, and we are working on our active transportation master plan that seeks to provide pedestrian and active transportation connections and networks throughout the city. So we do have a host of policies that council have approved and or are about to approve that speak to the importance of sidewalks, particularly them being the most democratically available mode of mobility that exists in our community. So we do have discretion in terms of where feasible, which is what we deal with on our capital side and through the capital budget program of when sidewalks are constructed. But in terms of providing staff with the direction, that direction has been provided for through the official plan, through the transportation master plan, and through the sidewalk plan that previous councils have all approved.
Thank you, Ms. Kate. Councilor Harris?
I guess that answers it. So we install sidewalks when it's feasible. That was what she just said, correct?
Well, it's from a capital side of things. So I think the point, and I will maybe clarify a little bit from my perspective, we have a policy that says that we should have sidewalks on both sides of the street. We do not have the capital funds to go out and build all of those sidewalks tomorrow. And so where feasible falls on the capital side of this argument, in that we have a limited budget, and so we have to identify the highest priority areas to have sidewalks on both sides of the street. The feasibility argument comes down to when we can feasibly afford to pay for sidewalks in an area. And Ms. Kate, am I correct in that, the way I explained that?
Through the mayor, yes, that was correct.
So feasibility is not practicality or anything like that?
Well, because of the policies that we have, I will say, I don't think it's fair to ask staff to make these decisions. You raised a very valid point. You said we have an urban canopy policy as well, and we want to try and achieve certain urban policy goals. In a situation like sidewalks and our sidewalk policy in opposition to our urban canopy policy, I would argue that you can replant a tree in a different place, but someone who uses an accessibility device, if they don't have a sidewalk, their only option is to be on the street with cars. So in those situations, the sidewalk policy would win out in that there needs to be a sidewalk, whereas a tree could be replanted elsewhere. I think that's the estimation, but ultimately, when they're in conflict, it comes down to a council decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess, planning. So the fee, if they don't build the sidewalk, goes into a reserve, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, I would ask that this motion be split when we're voting on it, so that I think that if we need that fee to be there, then it should stay there. Have other sidewalks not gone in and we've still taken the fee for that?
Through the mayor, yes. Again, I think we're looking for direction from the future active transportation master plan and any implementing guidelines or policies that come out of that will help inform future sidewalk construction programs.
Okay.
Councillor, the one thing I will caution, however, well, as my good friend Chair Jim Bradley always says, it is always reasonable to ask to split a motion. In this case, there is only actually one action clause, and so there's nothing to split out. The only action that's being asked in this case is to waive the installation fee.
Because they're not putting in the sidewalk, correct?
Because no sidewalk is currently planned, there's nothing else to the motion. The only action clause is to waive the fee. So if you wanted to maintain the fee, you would have to vote against the motion in totality.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
I'm intimately familiar with this location. I think there's a big piece of this that's not being said. The federal government offered some funding for paving pathways in some parks, so we built a pathway which connects on the east of Niagara Street, further up Meadowbrook, goes through the park, parallels Meadowbrook. So you have accessibility concerns alleviated because you have the best case scenario of all, you have a pathway off the road that people can use. So it really means that you don't need sidewalks in this location. I'm in favor of sidewalks generally everywhere, but you've got trees, as the ward councilors have suggested, but there's an alternative, perfectly accessible way to get from down, and instead of going on Meadowvale, go through the park on this paved parkway that was a pathway that was built a couple years ago. I wasn't really a big fan of where they built it because it's in the middle of the meadow of the former Niagara College Arboretum that has lots of specimen trees, and you could take your grade 9s through there and teach them about deciduous trees and coniferous trees if you wanted to. I do have a question to staff, though. So I'm fully supportive that we don't need sidewalks in this location, but I wonder if we could explain the policy. It would be nice to have the fee still being paid, because some developers would have to pay it because they're going to have to build sidewalks. And this could go to the purse to build sidewalks in other locations or to the general fund. I don't know who to put this to, Mr. Mayor, whoever would like to answer, perhaps. To the Deputy CAO.
We always send the questions we don't know how to direct to the Deputy CAO.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Williamson, can you repeat that question?
So we're not, the sidewalks are never going to get, it's a tiny remote possibility that will ever get built. But can we still not collect the fees from the, we know we had this massive infrastructure deficit, so we're looking for funding sources. What's the typical policy? Do we collect the fees regardless?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps I'll ask Ms. Katay to supplement what I'm about to say. We are looking for policy direction on active transportation networks through the active transportation, which will provide more guidance on implementation. But in terms of collecting and keeping them, in a reserve until such time, I can defer to the Director of Planning on kind of our past practice in that regard.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is correct. We take the sidewalk installation fee as part of development applications and hold it in a reserve. It is meant to be spent on the construction of a sidewalk for the frontage that the development applications pertain to. It is not meant to be put into a pool for the greater city. However, that being said, we don't have a defined policy in this regard, and that is anticipated to be one of the implementation outcomes of the future ATMP.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe somebody who hasn't spoken could defer this until we get a policy. I don't know. Just a suggestion.
Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I think maybe some of the confusion is up here is because there is only one there for, that we aren't actually voting against the installation of the sidewalk. So my question is kind of twofold. What happens if we do find the money to build these sidewalks and we don't have this money in reserve? That's just extra cost to us? Is that?
Then it would go on the levy and everybody else would pay for it. And I think that's to Ms. Kate's comment about growth paying for growth. In this case, that's the expectation.
Okay, and I guess maybe to staff, I don't know if I can put anyone on the spot, like where is Meadowbrook in the grand list of streets that need sidewalks?
In the great list of prioritization, Mr. Martuccio, do you have an answer for that, or is that something you may have to put in a memo to us?
I don't have a definite answer. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a definite answer for that. I don't suspect that this is high on the priority list for sidewalks at this time, based on the list. But I could get back to council with.
No, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I guess it would be my concern. Everyone else pays when this is done, and I'm not as intimately familiar with the area, but I'm becoming so. My concern is that if you live on Meadowbrook and you're going to get the bus on Niagara, cutting through the park doesn't do you any good at all. In fact, it would be a wildly circuitous route to get there, especially if you have an accessibility issue. But so I'm going to say no, we always need sidewalks. I wouldn't want to do anything that hinders those sidewalks. And I think, again, we need to be cognizant that not everyone has the same mobility abilities as pretty much all 13 of us are on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have the similar concerns to Councillor Miller. I appreciate that, this is low down on the list of reworking the street, but it's a fairly large street, and I think we have a policy for a reason, and I feel like if we start just making these piecemeal kinds of decisions, that, you're going to have new development say, well, I don't want to pay it because we don't want sidewalks. And sidewalks are a key component to active transportation. As someone who has a sidewalk in front of their house, everyone uses it, and it's this kind of piecemeal kind of decision-making that disturbs me. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Councillor Stevens made the point about ADUs. And as you bring more ADUs into a neighborhood, you actually have more people walking, or you hope that you do. And from that property to Sobeys, it's a 7-minute walk. And then you have Lower Seacourt there as well, and of course the park. So I don't see why having a sidewalk on that street would necessarily be undesirable or low priority. People with mobility devices, but also young parents with strollers. I just find it so frustrating when you have to see a new mother pushing their stroller down the middle of a street, especially in the winter. Like, that is absolutely unacceptable. It should never happen in any city, especially ours. And I just think that, like, joking about not needing sidewalks, as a parent with young kids, I just find that so frustrating and honestly humiliating, because that's how you feel when you're walking down a street in the middle of the street in traffic with a newborn child in a stroller. So I'm for sidewalks, so I'm going to support this. I can't support this, I guess.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Williamson?
There's the map that shows you the pathway that parallels Meadowvale and why you don't need a sidewalk, because we spent a whole lot of money putting a paved pathway through the park parallel to the street. So you can hop onto from Meadowvale through the pedestrian access on the right-hand side, Meadowbrook, and go right down in there.
Folks, I understand, but Councillor Williamson has the floor, and he's allowed to finish. If councillors would like to make a comment, I didn't stop him from speaking a second time. I'm not about to stop anybody else from speaking a second time, but I want Councillor Williamson to have the opportunity to finish. Can we turn Councillor Williamson's mic back on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want people to understand that there is a perfectly feasible, accessible alternative that we spent significant dollars on, or money that we got from some of it from the federal government. So accessibility is not a concern at this particular place, location, and it would be a short dead-end sidewalk because it's very unlikely that a sidewalk is going to be built on the north side of Meadowbrook anytime in the future.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to quickly sum up. Obviously, a lot of conversation going on here. I think there's a lot of confusion around this table because not one councillor around this chamber has gone down Meadowbrook and actually looked at it themselves. Maybe I think Councillor Williamson has. I think he has. But there are trees that are planted along the entire way. There are no, listen, I would love sidewalks down there. I think that's great. But there's no room to put sidewalks in without removing mature trees. I would encourage each and every one of you to jump on Google Earth if you have a moment to actually look down Meadowbrook, to actually understand and look at like street level, the trees, the mature trees that would have to be ripped out to implement sidewalks on either side. I'm gonna leave it at that. Can we call the question?
So motion to call the question is non-debatable. All those in favor of calling the question? Yes, you can always call the question. It is always appropriate, as my good friend, Chair Jim Bradley says, to call the question. All those in favor of calling the question? Opposed? All right. With that then, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend? Yes. Councillor Stevens? Councillor Williamson?
I'm confused, to be quite honest. I think they should pay the fees, but I don't think the sidewalks should be built.
Unfortunately, the only question is whether you think they should pay the fees.
I'll say no.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Mayor Cisco?
No.
That is carried.
Right, and now we have item 10.3, which is Councillor Garcia's motion. So that's moved by Councillor Garcia. Do we have a seconder for this particular motion? Councillor Phillips? Councillor Garcia, do you want to speak to this? Okay. So the motion is there. I mean, I'll just reiterate for everyone. This is a recommendation that, whereas regional staff is recommending to their Public Works Committee to stay with their preferred alternative despite our council's motion of March 4th, 2024, objecting to their alternative and requesting that they develop a new alternative. Council reiterates their strong support for our March 4th motion, and therefore be it resolved that Council explicitly requests that Regional Council not implement the preferred option contained in the Regional EA recommendation. Speaking to the motion, first I have Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. So remember, this is about stopping up a short section of Lock Street, a very short section from Canal Street to Main Street, to turn into a small pedestrian area. Does sound nice on the surface, but disconnecting an arterial route in and out of Port Dalhousie just does not make any sense. It'll result in traffic chaos. It's going to create unsafe conditions down along the park where people and families are getting in and out of their cars because the plan that the current plan has it the road rerouted going up and down a hill and alongside the parking lot. Very busy location, particularly in the summertime. I know we've discussed repercussions of this in great detail, so I'm not going to belabor it anymore. Councillor Garcia and I are going to attend the Public Works Committee meeting, of which I know Mr. Mayor is a member of, and I encourage members of the public who'd be concerned about this issue to also attend tomorrow morning at 9:30 or at least watch the live stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I look forward to some of my City Council colleagues understanding the true joy that comes from a Public Works Committee meeting. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Who's on the committee, by the way?
There's, I think Public Works has 18 members.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who from St. Catharines.
Okay, I don't have to know, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Who's from St. Catharines, but the fact is, this is our community, And I think we know what is best for our community. The 2 ward councillors live there. They certainly know the area extremely well, as most of us do. And I think the committee should be very respectful of the position taken by City Council. And I would hope that the position taken will support you in your endeavors with them. Thank you.
Appreciated, Councillor Kushner. Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strongly support the motion in front of us. Anybody that has driven through Port Dalhousie realizes what this is going to cause. In talking about, with Chief Upper before, in particular, I discussed with him about if a fire truck was going to be needed in the area of the old port houses, what it would mean to get a fire truck down the hill, across, up the hill with the traffic. We also are going to have the Rankin buildings exiting and entering off that hill the way it's designed right now. It's going to be, it's absolutely absurd to think that this is going to work. To me, it is just an accident waiting to happen. As was mentioned, if you're going to have to park in Lakeside Park, which is already full on Saturdays and Sundays, and then to have to walk up that hill and down, a lot of people are going to stay. It's not going to be, you know, I know it's a walkable community, but when you have to go up a hill like that, and you're older like Councillor Kushner and I,
That's the dirtiest look I've seen Councillor Kushner give in several
we're
years.
good friends, so he knows where I'm coming from. I'm afraid it's going to really have a negative impact on the businesses that are up there on that street, because sure, once you get up there, you're going to walk up and down the hill, but I really think it's negative in many, many, many ways. Leave it the way it is. If anything needs to be done, a repaving of that road could be done to make it better for traffic. But other than that, I thank the ward councillors for bringing this forward to us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. I'm glad we get to talk about this for a second time, just really quickly, because I think one of the things that was lost last time we talked about it was the pedestrianized zone isn't a pedestrianized zone the way it's been described here. It's a flex street, meaning that for most of the year, it'll be open to traffic both ways. When it's really busy, they close it. When it's really busy, those restaurants are hopping. If they're not hopping, then the street's open to traffic. The way it currently is extremely dangerous to pedestrians. You have an extremely dangerous street. It's terrible. Like where those lights are, that's a blind corner that you're driving around. Like the sidewalks are terrible in that area. As a pedestrian, like as you have more residents come into that area, when Rankin starts building their building, you're only going to see more pedestrians on those streets. It will be good for the businesses. It will be good for Port. And like I said, it's a flex street, meaning when the fire truck needs to go down there, it becomes a street and the fire truck can drive down there. It's not a pedestrianized zone in the sense that no cars are ever allowed to go down. Most of the year, cars will be going 2 ways down that main street. It's just when it gets busy, that street gets closed, and then the restaurants and the businesses benefit tenfold. But yeah, I mean, the region has done a lot of work. They've done a lot of consultation, and it's a great plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I said last time, that, you know, often around here we say we defer to the expertise of staff, and I don't think anyone here is an engineer, so it's worth noting that the actual engineer's report on this proposal doesn't have the risks, the sort of outlandish risk suggestions that are being made here, the claims being made here. So I'm going to defer to the engineers on this one. It's spent a lot of time down there too. If anyone wants to join a run club, we often run in Port Dalhousie, and it does feel a bit unsafe making that crossing. And then the last point I make, I'm sure this is going to pass, so I guess just as a point of personal privilege, I'd like to note that no, that's fine. I will just note that, you know, this was a close vote last time. It's not exactly unanimous, so I don't know that it's overwhelming support. It was, I think, 9-4 last time on this one. So split opinions, I would say, here in St. Catharines on this one.
I'll admit, I was excited to hear what your point of personal privilege was going to be. I don't get many of them, so. So Councilor Garcia, you're up next, but I do have Councilor Townsend, and you had indicated you wanted to speak last. So if you could just tap off and then tap back on, perfectly. Councilor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm in support of the motion that Councilor Garcia has put on the floor. We've heard from a number, or I know I've heard from a lot of residents and business owners in Port Dalhousie who've been really concerned about it. I'm sure Councilor Garcia and Councilor Williamson have also heard, as well as other councilors, so I'm in support. There are a lot of concerns with people in Port Dalhousie and how it would actually work, getting in and out. It's already busy as it is now, and it seems like bringing it down in through towards the beach, there'd be a lot of potential delays. So I'll be supporting what Councilor Garcia is putting on the floor and look forward to seeing how it goes at Region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And seeing no other speakers, I will look to Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I emphasize this was triggered because Councilor Williamson and I just found out that this recommendation is being made by regional staff to the Public Works Committee at tomorrow's meeting. So we wanted to give you particularly extra support since you're a member and you represent us as the mayor as well. But I just want to make a couple of points, and one is Port Dalhousie, yes, it's seasonal, but Lock Street is busy year-round. Like, this is not just in the summer. That is a very busy street at any time of the year. Secondly, as Councilor Phillips pointed out, one key point here is their proposal would eliminate 34 parking spots in a commercial core that has no parking to start with. This would devastate the businesses. As we heard from a couple of business people, or 3 or 4 at the last time we discussed this, if you can picture, if you go down Lakeport and you have those angle parking there are 18 spots along there. They would all disappear. So the Kaiser House, the Port Social, the ice cream store, they all depend on those parking spots. They would eliminate the few parking spots coming up Main Street, plus all the parking spots on Lock Street. And a lot of those businesses, or some of them, are definitely like stop and go. Like Balzac's would definitely go out of business because people just stop and grab a coffee. So I strongly feel that we need to make the point to the region that, as Councilor Kushner pointed out, we are representing the city of St. Catharines. We are closest to what the city needs, and we hope that they will respect our opinion and our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Phillips.
Yes.
Councilor Williamson.
Yes.
Councilor Dodge.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Kushner.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor McPherson.
No.
Councilor Miller.
No.
Councilor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councilor Stevens.
Yes.
Councilor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to item 11, the call for notices of motion. We do have one notice of motion for Councilor Kushner regarding the Lincoln and Welland Band and advocacy for that. There is a possible beginning of a motion that was started today. Councilor Kushner, do you want to say anything towards this? We have already encouraged councilors to put forward any thoughts if they need more, but Councilor Kushner?
Yes, I'll leave it till the next meeting, Mr. Mayor. I think what you had drafted here is more than sufficient. Thank you.
Excellent. I would also encourage members of the community, if they feel motivated to speak on this particular issue, as I'm sure many of them do, I'd encourage them to send through correspondence on this particular issue. I know it has struck a chord with many in the community. Are there any other notices of motion this evening? Struck a chord. I didn't even do that on purpose. That's just all up here. I don't know. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 12 and report requests. The first one is for a report request on the feasibility of a Blooming Boulevards program modeled after Mississauga and the Communities in Bloom program in Q1. I'm moving that. Is there a seconder for that one? Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next one is a report request from Councillor Garcia looking for a staff report on adding a 24-hour parking restriction at Lockhart Point. For clarity, Councillor Garcia, is that to bring it into conformance with the rest of Lakeside Park parking?
Well, with Lakeside, if you remember, we asked for the 24-hour restriction on Lakeside Park specifically because we had complaints about boaters particularly, and perhaps others, leaving their cars there for weeks at a time. And we hear concerns from residents in the area that people are doing that in the spots on Lockhart Point there.
Okay. So can I have a seconder for this report request? Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moving on, committee and task force minutes. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor, oh, wait a minute. Councillor Dodge, did you have something to report request perhaps?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear the report request before we get on to minutes.
I would like to request a report from staff on the garbage truck that I had put into the budget, where we're at with that, and any updates the staff can give us on that.
So a report request on updates regarding the garbage truck added to last year, or added to the capital budget last year.
And I don't know whether we want it to go to the budget committee or come back to council.
And that report be directed to the budget committee if more appropriate. We can leave it as that and staff can make the delineation. Okay. Can I have a seconder for that? Councilor Garcia. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Committee and task force minutes, can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Harris, Councillor Lindo, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we are off to closed session, so I will look to the clerk to read the reasons for going into closed. Before we do that, Phillips? Okay, good to know. Notice of motion is seconded by Councillor Phillips. All right, so we will allow the clerk to tell us all about the wonderful reasons we are going in camera.
A motion to go into closed session for Community Recreation and Culture Services, St. Catharines Athletics, Junior A Lacrosse Association, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, C-25, Section 239, 2I, a trade secret, scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons or organization, financial management services, property management, property matter, acquisition and disposal, closed pursuant to Section 239 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition and disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 4 and 10 Seymour Avenue, and legal and clerk services, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision regarding 70 Eastchester Avenue, closed pursuant to 239 2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality.
Okay, so I need a mover and seconder, but before that, can I get a motion to extend for 30 minutes? Let's just make sure we do that. I don't think we need it, but just in case, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so I need a mover and seconder to go in camera. McPherson, Stevens, all in favor? Opposed? Away we go. Welcome back. Motion arising from closed session. The first one is 15.1 Community Rec and Culture Services, St. Catharines Athletics Junior A Lacrosse Association, moved by Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Lindell. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Harris. Yes. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff. Yes. Councillor Stevens. Yes. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson. Yes. Mayor Cisco.
Indeed.
That's carried.
Truly unanimous. All right, 15.2 Financial Management Services, Property Management, Property Matter Acquisition and Disposal for 10 Seymour Avenue, Realty File 23.005. Moving is Councillor Harris, seconding is Councillor Kushner. And to the clerk.
Councillor Harris. Yes. Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Williamson. Yep. Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff. Yes. Councillor Stevens. Yes. Councillor Townsend.
No.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
15.3 Legal and Clerk Services, Ontario Land Tribunal, Appeal of Committee of Adjustment Decision regarding 70 Eastchester Avenue, A-44/24. Moving is Councillor Miller, seconding is Councillor Stevens. To the clerk.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Harris. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Indubitably.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to M be read a first time, considered and passed, and then signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Mover and seconder, Councillor Lindell, Councillor Garcia. All those in favor? Okay, I need to see hands. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 17.2 is additional bylaws. That the following additional bylaw A be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to authorize exchange of certain lands with 2440386 Ontario Inc. One reading with respect to acquisition and disposal of lands municipally known as part of 4 Seymour Avenue and part of 10 Seymour Avenue. Mover and a seconder. I'm going to go with Miller and Stevens again. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Who's got the motion to adjourn? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night.